Oh, there we go. We have a lot to do. I need a couple of hunters' cabins and getting a bit of a stutter now on this. Not surprised. Way too many trays. It will level out after a while. I just loaded it up there a moment ago. God, here the heat is killing me. I need a herbalist hut, sewing cabin. I need 2 wood sheds, 2 hunters' cabins, and a chicken coop. I've got the other ones in. Oh, and 1 fishing hut. We'll work something out for that. Yeah, that's not too bad if you walk slow. Yeah, that's a lot of trays. Now it's time to use up the space here. The wells, I might have to put 2 in. I was thinking 1 here on this, and I've got to put another road across here. We'll diamond that off. Probably 1 more here. Unusual place for him, but I've got to use up this side now. Go across here with something as well. So, if I do need any more houses, exactly as I said, we'll be putting them on this side, and I want to be closing this up as quickly as possible. To be honest. I don't know, I might be lucky, I might be able to squeeze a house or 2 in here. Now, I am going to have to put a roadway in here somewhere. It's going to be almost impossible to get it straight, but we'll see. Have a quick look at it. Okay, we'll give it a save. I suppose we won't be putting any fields in anyway, so if we go relatively straight to this one, we should be okay, I'd say. We'll have a look. Yeah, you see the grid is going exactly the other way. At a ridiculous angle. I could do something like that and that. We'll have to guess this. This will be our only chance, really. Okay. Let me just get rid of a few of these. We need them anyway. And if we can get a center line on this, well, we've pretty much done the best part of it then. But we'll need it almost in line, I'd say, with this. Yeah, we'd be kind of going like that. That's what I'm looking for. Something, let's say, on a reasonable parallel with this. I don't really care about the direction in it because of the roads. Yeah, okay. Let's see what we can do. We'll just clear out this junk for another moment. We might have to get more settlers in because apparently there's more guys. Yeah, I'd say when they were having kids they had way more males. So I might have to do something about that if I want to increase my population properly, because it's getting to be a bit slow, maybe. Too many males. That's always the case, huh? Just get this junk out of the way. I'll clear a large section. God, there's enough rock here anyway. Okay, something else. I think it might be logs. I've used a lot in the fencing. Might have to do a bit of chopping later, to be honest. Sorry, logs. This is where I need that. Maybe that second woodshed. Oh no, it's is it logs? Ah, who cares? Probably is. I haven't fine-tuned everything yet. I will have to. Oh. Annoying little thing, isn't it? Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's something with a script, so it is probably the woodshed. Yeah, probably woodshed. I would say logs. Okay. That is really annoying me now, you know. Okay, that's good enough anyway, we'll see. I would need to, you know, roughly have some kind of halfway mark. Now, roughly in parallel with this is going to be almost impossible. Here are 1, 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, let's say 11. Oh, one moment. My phone. Hi, Terry. Just 1 second, phone. Yeah, sorry about that. It was an alarm or something. Why do people do that? Set alarms on their phone? They keep going off for no reason. So stupid. Took me ages to find it as well. First, yes, you're first, Terry. And how have you been? Why so annoying as that? And then finding somebody else's phone. Could be anywhere. Now let me see. 1, 2, 3. Let's say we go around there. Probably. Right, let's see. Okay, yeah. Oh, that's good. The humidity here, it's brutal. It must be the same in the UK. I mean, really, really bad. It's easily in the mid-90s here. I'd say about 93, 94 humidity, I'd say. Ridiculous. Now, I hate doing this. This is a guess. But, we'll see. It should give me... Here, let's put out a marker first. Give myself some chance, huh? I would usually line this up before I come on, but... I was doing too much on this over the past couple of days. I'd say there to there. Ah, that actually looks like it's gonna be kinda off. Well, I can always adjust it, you know, a tiny bit. This is even central on this. I've no way of measuring it out because of the way the fields go. This will be a guess. Alright, let's see. Oh, that looks way off. I should be over here, I'd say. Let's give it a try anyway. Oh, it's all over the place. May you see it on the map? It's not the worst, but I was right. Yeah, actually this side needs to go over a little bit. And it's kind of okay here. Maybe a tad over this way. Okay, that would have to go to the next tree and let me see. Yeah, it might be okay then. I'll line up the back, I would say. At least halfway on it. Okay, let's try it again. I can't use the grid system here, it's in the opposite direction. It's about 60... Nah, that's more. Yeah, maybe 45 degrees off. Oof. I think it's time we got some air conditioning, you know that. Oh, this is the only really kind of over humid night I've faced in what, about 8 months, I'd say 6 months. Even the summer wasn't this bad. There's something about this country that's when winter time comes in, it's ridiculous. Okay. This is going to take us a little bit to get this because we have to guess it in place and it's got to be reasonably accurate. Which is going to be a bit of a problem really, isn't it, for yeah, putting up fences and stuff. Okay, let's just see what it's like using the grid system. No, it's not going to work. It's going to look horrible. Let me see. You know, you're going to have it, you know, coming that way there. That's extremely bad. Yeah, that's worse than bad. No, that's not gonna work. The angle is ridiculous. Okay, let's guess this one more time. Okay, let's say there. I doubt it will make much. If not, we'll just move on to something else. This is gonna be dead ground. I was hoping at least to get this roadway in before I came on, but my time got taken up elsewhere. Yeah, let's have a look at that. Yeah, it just looks so Yeah, let me have a look at that. Still, it's just not going over far enough. Okay. Yeah, I can't keep loading it up. I'll just get it out this way. We'll get it eventually. I think that might be too much, but we'll see. Well, actually, it's not. Yeah, that's... it looks... well, it looks reasonable. Let me see. Yeah, still not good enough. Almost there. I would say a tiny fraction more on each end. God, this is a nightmare. Yeah, okay. This would have to go roughly there. And I would say this probably there. Okay, let's give it a shot. That's why I've avoided this area for so long. I knew it was going to be a bit of an issue. Wouldn't be so much of an issue if you couldn't see this from the map. Oh, let's see. Well, it's actually not bad. I don't know, except for maybe a little tad. The tiniest tad, it looks okay. Maybe the tiniest tad. Okay, we'll give it a tiny little try now. Maybe that's too much, but we'll see. But exactly like Valheim, when you try to force these things in a certain direction, they kind of look horrible on the map. They kind of blur up. It's like you've got to follow a strict direction, like when you're digging in Valheim. Okay. Now let's see. I think that's probably what we need. Yeah, maybe a tiny bit on this. We'll give it one last go and then that's it. I would say there. Probably even too much, but whatever. Once we sort out the line, the rest should go easy enough. You know, pretty quick. Now let's see. There we go. That's as good as it's gonna get. Right, we need to get some sleep and then we'll start. We'll see which buildings we want to bring in here. To be honest, I really need some more houses, but I think it's best we start the production area. Or the hunting area at least. Those ones are kind of on the larger side. That was annoying, but at least we got it eventually. Now, next we got to get our little road in. Now I actually left this here. We need to go a little bit further, which I really don't want to do. Let me see. I wonder where that road goes. Would I be lucky enough it would go right between the trees? Yeah, it's too much of an angle. I could bring in one of these at any time. Yeah, maybe here, central on this would be a pretty decent spot. Possibly. Let me see. Yeah, that's okay, I suppose. I don't have much to space on this. Maybe I could use something else, but let's see. See, it's awesome if you can use these here as a proper spacer, like I've did over there, but the direction this road is going, let's say compared to the fields, it's impossible to use. They're all guesswork. So, what did I say I needed? Well, I need a sawing hut, a herbalist, and I need two wood sheds, and 2 hunters' cabins. I want to split them up a little bit as well if I can, but let's say whatever else I need in production I'll have to fit down here, which I think I have tons of room. I was thinking more of the hunters' cabins there, to be honest. So, oh no, maybe, okay. No, okay, maybe we'll put the other stuff here. No, that would probably be a nice little area there for the, what do you call it, the fishing hut. I could do a little road out later on that wouldn't be a biggie. I also need a road coming back here from centre on that eventually. This might be a little harder to do. I didn't exactly line it up to the trees. I can't do the straight line thing here. I wonder what's the chances I would actually meet that one down there. You know what? Wouldn't it be awesome? I could give it a try. You kind of ruined the trees thing then, but I don't know, would we get away with something as silly as that? One long road coming down here. I think it's a bit much, really. Maybe something coming across here. I definitely need an entrance there. Several, actually. Oh, we can fence that off. And oh, sugar. Okay, if we get, what's it called again? Hang on, let's see if I'm in range. No, that's a problem. I'm not in range of a workshop or a resource thing. Oh, that's stupid, and I really don't want to make another one. That's kind of horrible. Now I'm gonna have to build another one. Yeah. Oh, hang on. I am. I am within range. Let me see. I am. That's oh. I see. Hang on. There. From here I'm in range. Okay, that cuts off a lot, doesn't it? Right, okay, let's see how we're going to work this. I don't know, this is something that maybe we should leave to a little later because it's complicated. It's gonna take up a lot of my time, especially with this hill. What could we put here? I originally wanted to put some of the fields and stuff in here, but the direction is way off. Okay. Let's try with the hunter's cabins anywhere for a moment. See what I mean? You're basically only fitting one in. Okay. We'd have to extend that a little bit. Okay. We'll make the bases anyway, and we can move them into place a little later. A bit close together for my liking, to be honest, but what can we do? Let's check the map. I would have to come down maybe a tad more. Okay, let's see if we come down a little bit. I'll give it a shot anyway. Might look the part, will it? Now let me see. Okay. Horrible. Horrible, horrible, horrible. Yeah, it's gone all weird here. I had a bad nightmare yesterday about people getting sick. I've been afraid to sleep. I've been getting a few myself lately, actually, as well. For me, I think it was just a bit of stress, maybe. I would say. Let me see. We need a ton of wood anyway. I'll have to get chopping shortly. I think I've done all the rounds on this season. Yeah. So it wouldn't be too bad if we were allowed to get some wood. Oh, hi, Cajun. Yeah, I haven't drank in, oh God knows how long. What I drink would be very, very, very minuscule. I would say would average maybe one drink every year. Might as well pack it in. So, what have you been up to? Yeah, not too bad. The humidity here, it's something to behold. There's no need for it, Cajun. We're in the mid-90s percent humidity, and what, like, we're talking about winter season. It's ridiculous. Nah, it's just there might be some minor coincidences. Nobody can see the future. What tends to happen is, you know, if we're worried about something, let's say, and in reality the chances of it, like, are quite good, and, you know, it worries us, so we dream about it. So, no, there's nothing, how could I put this, strange about that at all. again here. Oh, nice, nice. Now let me get something to drink. I think that's happened to us all as an occasion where we would be worried about a certain thing and maybe it might creep into our dreams and then it comes to pass. But only because, we were actually stressed about it because the chances of it, actually coming true. Like let's say if a guy is at work and he hears rumours that they might be downsizing soon, which might be pretty accurate. And then obviously that stresses him out. So he has a dream about getting sacked and he comes in the next day and he gets sacked. Nothing got to do with the dream, It's not like he's seen the future or anything. It was just a legitimate concern that showed up in your dreams and the odds of it happening were quite high. I've had some weird dreams in my time. Yes, I had that a few times. About my teeth falling out. I wonder what that's about. Yeah, I had it a few times. I think I had a toothache at the time. Calm you down. Well, that's good, Terry. My door never closing, it's always open. Oh, if I get nightmares there, that can be really nasty. But I need to be under a constant amount of stress, stuff like that. But rare, very rare. You never study. I think everyone has had that at some stage. Yeah. Tends to manifest when we think maybe we should have studied a bit more. Yeah, but that would be still something locked in your subconscious from when you were a kid. Yeah. Yeah, stuff like that, let's say that you have worries about can kind of get locked away in your subconscious. It can creep out every now and again. Especially if it's kind of when there's other things that happen, push it to the surface. Triggers nightmares. It's I don't know much about the condition, it's possible. No exams, you'll never, yeah? No, not really, Terry. It's just, just looking at it critically, It's a common enough thing. It's just when you've been around long enough, you've seen this thing play out over and over and over again, There's no real skill to it, it's just, you've just seen it all, It depends on your experience, of course. School has always been pretty tough. Kids can be horrible sometimes in school, especially in my day. It was almost like a Lord of the Flies, situation where, that kind of stuff. But you'll meet some horrible people in life. You'll meet them in school as well, but. All of the horrible people I knew in school. How could I put this? They got their karma, in a sense. And it wasn't even karma, they had a kind of personality that was very abrasive. They were pretty antisocial and pretty petty. As a kid, sometimes you grow out of that, obviously. You grow up. But some people never grow up. And bringing that kind of attitude into the world as an adult, let's say, has no good consequences for you or anyone who gets mixed up with you. And they never really amounted to much, But it was usually the guys who would kind of keep to themselves, socially active and whatever the case may be. Usually worked out better. I got bullied, but after a while I really literally picked my bully. Yeah. I remember it when I was quite young, and I'm talking about like 8, 9. There was another class, and they were like 14ish, and they used to bully the smaller kids. my brother was at a different school, and he heard about it. So there was a hurling match going on. It's kind of like a cross between. It's a kind of Gaelic game. It's kind of like a cross between baseball and lacrosse. Yeah, but it's a real old game. But it was a large match on, and those guys were playing. So my brother heard about it. He was roughly their same age, and he waited till the match was over when they were coming out. So he beat up four of them with a hurley. It's like a baseball bat. Fractured a few arms, that kind of stuff. Yeah, he was. Yeah, but those days, let's say, when the cops heard about that, when they found out what was going on, no, you should have seen what these guys were doing. They were grabbing 8 and 6 and 7-year-old kids, and they were dangling them over a large bridge, to scare them. Like one slip, and they could have, killed the kids. So he said he needed to teach them a lesson. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I think the justice was there. They needed to learn. Yeah. Yeah. But these guys were not only bullies and stupid, but they were endangering kids' lives. There was no charges or anything pushed. Now, when I said fractured, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but they were wearing slings and stuff. I don't think any bones were broken, but I was pretty close to it. He was careful, Hmm. Yeah. But it's not only that occasion. Like, even if there isn't any too much physical stuff, the emotional stuff can mess somebody up real bad. You know. You know. Absolutely. Yeah. Like, even now, it's prevalent here. My kid was going to school. He was only about 8 or 9, I think. Very, very tall, huge for his age. But two guys were relentlessly bullying him. The teachers knew all about it, would do nothing. In fact, they would snigger. So one day they started in class, and yeah, he just had enough. So he beat up the two bullies, and had to be restrained by the sporting coach, a bald-headed creep. Yeah, about my age. I told him what I told him. I told him, like, if he wanted to get involved in what was going on, he should have been involved in it. You know, it was okay when two guys were picking on one kid, but then when that one kid, yeah, I think maybe they didn't like him, which is strange because, he kind of keeps to himself, you know. But that was okay anyway. So I demanded footage from the cameras, which conveniently, apparently, they weren't working. Uh, they wanted me to apologise for his behaviour, for defending himself. And this was the first I found out about it. He didn't want to rat anyone out. So I went to the head teacher, I explained the situation, and I said I was going to sue, which is not a thing here, and I was dead serious. I was going to sue the Board of Education. So then they changed the policy. They decided to switch on the cameras, and they switched the two other guys to another class, which was not good enough, because later it seemed that 4 or 5 other kids came forward with similar complaints, once the ice was broken, Yeah. But, teachers don't do too much. They don't do enough occasion in a situation like that. Absolutely. Here. But we dealt with it here, back in the 70s and 80s. Well, pun intended, old school, If you were bullied, let's say if you were like 10 and you were bullied by a 14-year-old, you'd usually have a 14-year-old brother or cousin, and he would beat up the bully. That's the way it usually worked, you know. Maybe not the best system, but, you know. I think I responded to it. I said, it's probably the case, or something like that, Terry. Yeah, I think I responded. Yeah, that's what usually happened. Hmm. Well, I wasn't exactly the smallest guy either, but my kid when he was about 8 or 9, he was huge, Yeah. But the bullying, it gets out of control when there's nothing done about it. It's almost like a kind of a prison system for kids, where you get a couple of kids, let's say, and they might be, physically bigger or whatever the case than the other kids, and they tend to take over. The teachers turn the blind eye, unless it affects them directly, and a kind of Mad Max, Lord of the Flies thing, kind of sets in. Kids, kids can be brutal, It doesn't do the bully any good either to be getting away with it at that age. Around that school age, let's say from around 10 to 16 is probably the most formative years of your life, as on a personality. You can pick up some very, very bad traits that you'll keep for life, actually, So I think there's a vital stage in a kid's life where he needs to have the right influence to, improve the odds that he'll be socially adequate, let's say. That would have been from the relentless bullying and that, yeah. The psychological effect of it, yeah. The stuttering thing, you would see that a lot in kids, let's say, who had abusive parents as well. But it doesn't matter, parents or bullies in school, it's all the same thing. It's about getting bullied physically and mentally at a certain age, But it's very, very prevalent, let's say, with both, yeah. Yeah, yeah. Yeah. Well, you were one of the lucky ones. You kind of used that and you made yourself stronger. It breaks most people occasion, It leads them down a spiral and even, sometimes doing the unthinkable, There's been lots of cases in the UK about that kind of fatal bullying. Yeah. Yeah. But it's careful too that, if you were bullied, let's say, and they were pretty cruel, but once you make your point and stop the bullying, to leave it at that, lest you become what you hated, if you know what I mean. So there's that kind of end of it as well, Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, they don't want to get involved. But I remember, I remember when I was in speaking to the head teacher about my bullying. Listen to what they wanted me to do. Instead of either expelling the kids for bullying or stopping them from doing what they were doing, they wanted me to call over to the kids' parents' houses and have a conversation with their parents. What? They wanted me to do their job. So let me get this straight. These toxic kids probably have toxic parents. I step on their private property and explain to them about their kids, and then obviously they attack me. I defend myself, and then I go to jail because I was on their property, looking for trouble, basically. There you go. Yeah, they wanted me to do the dirty work. I told them they got to be joking. How's that? Yeah. How would something like that go down in the US? Like, it's not too bad here. The worst thing could happen is, you get a fist fight and stuff like that. That could turn out deadly in the US, you know? Yeah. Yeah, well, that would help. Obviously, yeah. Well, usually if it's more trouble than it's worth, as a teacher, so he's probably seen it all, yeah. Obviously not there, yeah. It is still is a serious problem, to be honest. Like, it's serious when you see politicians trying to champion this bullying cause. It's bad then when you see politicians or politicians' wives and such, pandering to that to, probably get more votes for their husbands or for themselves. But yet, it still persists. It would be an easy thing to stop. Any kids, let's say, involved in bullying. Well, there's plenty of cameras here now. Let's say they get 1 or 2 warnings, and then 3 strikes and you're out. End of story. That stops it. Cut the rod out of the school system. Yeah, it was for older kids, yeah. I still have long hair, yeah. I still do. But yeah, I know exactly about the bullying. I was bullied for a little while when I was about maybe 8, 9. That, well, we put that to bed pretty quickly. So, once word got out, then let's say that, that wasn't going to be tolerated, I pretty much got a break. And then let's say when I send my kids to school, the same thing happens. So no, it hasn't changed. In fact, it's probably a little worse these days. Because here now we have a school system, let's say, that caters for many different beliefs and cultures, and that itself can be a bit of a clash as well. How do I stop these furries online from bullying me? Oh my. Just ban them. Block them occasion. Yeah. Pretty simple. When I had your back, yeah. So you've been getting some toxic stuff online? Oh, usually people like that online. It's like the guys in school, really, but it's even more insidious because they're hiding behind accounts. To bully someone online is it's even worse than bullying in school. It's even more cowardly if that's possible. You know. Not re-bullying. No, but some party. Party. Oh. So what? They're being sarcastic to you, whatever. Yeah, if someone is, let's say if you're chatting with someone online, especially on a regular basis, and if they rub you the wrong way too many times, occasion, just quietly drop out. There's tons of people. Everything I say is like walking gay. Oh my god. How is that possible? Nah, that's silly. Yeah. Like, how do you say something gay or woke? I think these guys might be kind of brainwashed with a kind of, you're on one side or another kind of thing. You know, they're probably just looking for fun at your expense. I would ignore it, but if they're saying things like that to you, occasion, we're adults here, we know the story. They have got no respect for you. Should you really be speaking to them? You know? Yeah, yeah, yeah. They're probably guys that just, get their kicks from that kind of thing, trying to provoke people. But yeah, you get a lot less of that from the Europeans, I suppose. Depends on the crowd you're hanging out with, really. There's a certain culture, I suppose, where in some countries where you've got to be on one side or the other kind of thing. And there's no room for the guys in the middle. The guys that would see, well, there would be two people arguing a point, and they would see merits on both sides. There's no room for those guys. Let's say if there was two people debating something or arguing about something, one was kind of a lefty and one was to the right, and you were asked your opinion, and you thought that maybe some things the guy from the left said were kind of spot on, and some things that the guy from the right said was kind of spot on. Well, to the left, then you're right, and to the right, you're left. You're pretty much in no man's land. So probably maybe you fall into that, and I do as well. Anything that would make sense to me, or let's say wouldn't be too bad, I would acknowledge, regardless of the ideology. Oh, hi, O'Keefe. Pretty good. Just the humidity here is ridiculous. It must be pretty bad in the UK too. Absolutely, yeah. No, it's not normal anymore. You've seen a conversation I had here. I haven't had one like that for a long time, where I was brought from one. I really hate that situation, where I was brought from one conspiracy theory to another. And I said it at the start of the conversation. I said I could never have a conversation with, someone that was a conspiracy theorist, because they would use one conspiracy theory as proof of another, and each one would systematically fall down, and we'd always wind up with the CIA at the end. You were probably there for that one. It is, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, the humidity here it's brutal. Yeah, it's brutal. And stuff like that I don't mind talking about, every now and again. It's something's pretty interesting. But some people like to talk conspiracy theory relentlessly. That kind of anger and stuff like that. Oh, I spat out a lot here. It's no secret that I'm not a big fan of corporations or how they treat their workers and stuff like that. But I'll talk about other things as well. All the conspiracies. Some of them are quite compelling, to be honest, but none of them have a shred of proof. And what really kills me on occasion is when somebody said, "Oh, you don't believe me? Here's a link." Yeah, so it's a link. Like, I could make a video and I could claim in that video that I'm the sexiest man alive. Yeah, and I could make a link for it. And then I could say to someone, I'm the sexiest man alive, and they'd say, "That's BS. Oh, I said there's a link, and that proves it." Yeah. I don't know. It's like, if there's a link and they see it on YouTube or social media, well, it's got to be true. Where's the sense in that? Yeah. That's a new system from Twitch occasion. There's been a lot of hate speech and all of that kind of stuff, and I think they're tightening up the rules in Europe, let's say. And what they've done is they have a system in now where there's certain keywords, and they don't exactly block it. They would block it, and they would give me a chance to allow it or not. On most of them, yeah. Things are getting pretty toxic here as well. Oh yeah, there's links to everything. Yeah. No, it's not a source. No. Yeah. There's some really compelling ones there. So many coincidences, where the chances of it actually being true are pretty decent, but not absolute. Um, you know, no no concrete evidence, not a shred, except people's words. And you would think, that nobody ever told a lie in their life, or never quite insane, or never looking for attention, or the usual. They were writing books about it and profiting from said books. Um, People lie. It's just as simple as that. And some people are delusional. And but yeah, the way governments cover things up, it's not really helping. It's making people not trust everything. So, you know, just use your common sense. That's all you can do. Mm. All those conspiracy theories, some of them way out there. Yeah. The one where I had a friend used to come on, and I was pretty surprised. Before this kind of kicked off in the US, everything was okay. And then, about 4 or 5 years ago, everything hit the fan really in the US. But he was spouting out that conspiracy theory about kidnapping kids, locking them in a basement, scaring them till their adrenaline comes up, and then using a syringe to take their adrenaline and inject themselves with it. Come on. For good gracious sake. The elite were supposed to be doing this. This is something right out of a horror movie, right out of a sci-fi movie. There is no such thing as Nosferatu. But like to scare kids intentionally, lock them in a basement, and then, to inject off their adrenaline, and then to inject yourself with it, doesn't sound very hygienic, does it? You would think the people that would have the money to do that, they wouldn't have to go that far. There's a thing called heroin, That would be a good enough substitute. Those kind of things. Yeah, some of them are really, really silly, to be honest. I mean, really silly. Mm. 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 It's unusual occasion to see someone from Europe kind of fall for that political stuff, Yeah. He really believes it. Yeah, yeah. I don't know. What can you say? Usually, in a situation like that, people that kind of well, there's a few reasons. If you're angry at the world or whatever, and you'll say, well, I'm not where I should be. I should be, either a lot richer or a lot happier, whatever the case may be. But it's not my fault, kind of thing. It's got to be the government or some secret organization behind it that's stopping this. So instead of focusing my attention on me and trying to fix me, kind of thing, to analyze yourself and try and do better, they tend to blame it on someone else. That's usually the way it goes. Some would do it because they want to be part of some kind of gang, or whatever the case may be. It's pretty tribal. And some would do it because they're probably insane. Yeah, history has been down that road a good few times. Sure, and there's policies that governments do, let's say, that's not in your best interest. But if enough people want to, they can remove this government democratically through voting. Um, that is a thing. He's 15, yeah, and blames it all. Yeah, I could never understand that. But Europe is in a bit of turmoil now. I can't see the end game myself, to be honest. Much like what they're doing in video games, I can't see the end game there either. None of it makes any sense anymore. So I don't think we can look at this logically. Oh, but that's politics. Yeah. The parties also all political parties here, at least, make false promises occasion. This has been going on since the dawn of time. Um, a party would be going for election that promised the world. They would not even keep one promise. But I remember we had a Taoiseach here, and that's like the leader of a party. So when that party gets in, he runs the country, kind of thing. Is like our form of president or prime minister, or whatever the case may be. But after he was retired, he was on a talk show, and one of the hosts was asking me, all the promises, that the party made. Why did you make him if you couldn't keep any of them? And he just literally said, well, that's what you do, he said, to get into office. So he literally admitted, you lie to get into office. Yeah, you lie to get into office. So tell me, is that what we... Yeah, but he literally admitted to it. But then you see he was retired. So is that what we need? We need liars to control our lives. Narcissists, liars, and greedy, horrible people. It will bring out the worst in anyone, that kind of power occasion. The system needs to be upgraded a little bit. When you're going into office, you should sign a contract or something like they would do at MI5, where, if you do anything illegal, or whatever the case may be, you are going to jail for the maximum amount of time. If you're found guilty of taking a bribe, instead of that being brushed under the rug and you being shipped off to some other place, out of the way, and escape any jail time, that should not be. There shouldn't be a two-tier justice system for that. It should be 100% transparent. The government is a little bit too top-heavy as well. And if you make political promises, and you don't obviously have to keep them all, but if you're not seeing it as actually trying to implement these things, you should not be voted into office again. You should be able to take zero political contributions from corporations. All of your money should come from the public. And there should be a cap on political donations. Maybe €500 max per person, or, well, not even a company. Let's say a company director could do it out from the company from his own savings, but a maximum of €500. Something like that. That's the only thing. But the lobbying thing is not so bad here in Europe. We have laws for that. But in other countries it's rampant. No, and much to their loss, because even if it's boring, and even if they think they can change it, but the policies that these politicians put into place directly affect their lives, so they should care, and they should take mm, mm, yeah, yeah. But yeah, I seen that message you sent. There's certain keywords that's been put on my channel, because there was a few guys on, let's say, and they used some words, let's say, and they kind of got held. But yeah, sending donations, yeah, that's fair. No matter how you disagree with someone's politics, I see no problem in sending, you know, some money to a politician. Although if the politician is not in your country, that's kind of weird. Um, but corporations, like the individual, like what's he going to send? No, 20, $10, whatever the case may be. But when you have corporations donating 20 billion, 20 million, stuff like that, that's a massive problem. That can win an election. Hmm. It is. It's definitely not normal. Yeah, that's a problem. No, I'd have no problem that no matter how controversial a politician is. Little a little abnormal, obviously, if you're in a different country sending it there. But if that's what you want to do, that's what you want to do. It's just a few bucks. It's definitely not gonna make a big difference. It's not gonna sway much. But if you get one multi-billionaire, maybe the richest guy in the world, you know, doing a lottery. Saying if you vote for this guy, we'll pick somebody at random and give them $1 million like it was some kind of fairground attraction, making a mockery of democracy, which kind of rhymes. There's a problem then. There's a serious problem then. Yeah, it's called lobbying. It went to the Supreme Court, I think, in the 70s. And for some reason, the judges said it's cool. Yeah, they said it's cool. That somebody could come into your office and say they want a certain policy in place. And obviously they can't directly give them cash. But let's say their corporation could be very, very generous on the campaign trail. And, when these politicians retire, they could offer them a nice, cushy job, or give them money to go on speaking tours and stuff like that. So it is thinly veiled bribery. Absolutely. He did, yes. The German government didn't like that. Yeah, absolutely. The Germans are very logical people. Um, you know, they teach their kids in school the horror of the past and, the kind of things, not to repeat. Um, yeah, it's very important, you know. Not all Germans went along with the National Socialists that were in power at the time. At least that's what they call themselves. Um, you have to look at the situation. The same could have happened occasionally, I think, in any country if they got a taste of power. Let's say, for instance, yeah. Well, this is the problem when politicians get too greedy and corrupt, people will turn to other parties. It's exactly what happened in the early 1900s in Germany, you know. Um, so imagine in Belgium, let's say, everyone got sick of the politicians who you are, and they elected some kind of fringe party, pretty radical. And then they started passing new laws, and if you disagreed, there was trumped up charges and you were sent to prison and, you might even go missing. Well, a lot of people were shut up. You've got a police state then, and, you'd be afraid to speak out. It can happen anywhere. The vast majority of people in Germany, you know, given a choice, wouldn't have going along with the atrocities that happened. And a lot of them would have been um, kind of blinded to it. Hmm. Extreme right is the biggest party. No other party works together with them. Their views are... See, this is the problem I see with politics. The world and people are strange. There's no middle ground for anyone. You're either all the way in or all the way out kind of thing. Unfortunately, the answer to almost everything is a kind of compromise in the middle. Um, but is it wise, let's say, to how can I put this? Is it wise to have huge communities of different cultures within your country? No, it's I'm sorry, it's not a wise thing to do. I've yet to see it work out through history. But is it wise to allow genuine asylum seekers who, want to make a better life for themselves, with you know with the normal kind of immigration we had, people that would respect your culture and your laws, and you would do the same, and you could have a nice friendship going with these people. Yeah, that's okay. But letting in vast numbers of people, no, it's. I'm afraid it's not going to work. No matter how um, nice the idea might be, the logic behind it, it's doomed to fail. Hmm. Well, the extreme right party then is capitalizing on people's worries about this. You know, the problem with the extreme right is they'll probably push it too far. If you know what I mean. There's no problem. Like, if a country is, let's say, worried about people working illegally and undercutting the people working there, there's no problem fixing this, Cajun. Anyone that has illegal workers that didn't check their background properly, go to jail. End of story. That stops that one. But they don't want to do that. They'll just give them a little fine or whatever the case may be, because this powers the economy. Now, they get cheaper labour, work and all of that stuff at the expense of the citizens in their country. It is a short-term profit, but it's bad for everyone. It's bad for the long-term life, let's say, of a country, obviously, and it's bad for the people getting exploited. You know, it really is. You know, 20 years ago, because we found out the code. Yeah, but like every political party has some guys in there, let's say, you know, very, very racist. We have them here as well. Like, take for instance, about 20 years ago, it was maybe less, but I do know Obama was president in America at the time. We had a leader here at Taoiseach. His name was Enda Kenny. But as he was going up for election, there was a private function or a party or whatever the case may be, and he was speaking to his donors. But he said if he got elected, I won't say the minority he was talking about here, but the minority, they're not foreign, they're actually Irish, but they're considered a minority. Because their culture is a little different, let's say. He said that if he got in, he would brand them like cows. Yeah, that guy. He became leader of the country, and he was a massive racist. Massive. Yeah. Yeah. Now, that was all over the papers for a couple of days, occasion. Yeah? It was all over the papers. And I just looked at it and was gobsmacked. But now if you Google it, it's gone. So, there used to be kind of conspiracy theories out there that, you know, the government will take down stuff, and I think the media did. They took down any reference to it, you know, within a few weeks. But I literally seen it on the papers. Yeah. All deleted it all. Yeah, of course they did. Imagine that. You know what he was referring to when he said he would brand them like cows? He was referring to, obviously, all the way we looked at it, the tattoos in the concentration camps. There's a minority that lives here, Cajun, and in every country you will see it. But when they go for education in school, they're looked down on. They're put into segregated classes, even though that's illegal, segregation. In most bars or hotels, they're refused service. They're constantly harassed by police. You know, that kind of stuff. And then, of course, some of them commit crimes, and let's say their numbers would be a lot higher than average. But it's like what my granddad used to say to me. If you've got a dog in a cage and you poke him every day with a stick, don't be surprised when you let him out that he bites. So there would be a correlation with, let's say, how they're treated and, you know, the crime statistics. It's like what a patriot said here before, just before the Civil War. If your law doesn't include me, it doesn't apply to me. You know, so it breeds this kind of hatred thing. You know. Yeah, but this thing has been going on forever. I'm sure if you go to any country, well, here there's that minority. I think in Spain it would be the Basque region. Yeah, I think they're pretty prejudiced towards those guys. Remember that there a few decades ago that they even wanted to secede, and a few of them went into hiding. You remember the Basque region? It would be the Flemish region in Holland. It goes on forever. Yeah. There's always. It seems to be a human thing that in every country we'll find one small minority, and everything that's ever happened wrong in our lives, we'll blame it on these guys. Yeah, we'll blame it on these guys because we couldn't have messed up because we're perfect. Obviously, it's these guys. This is age old. This goes back biblical times to blame everything on someone else, to not take responsibility. You know. Yeah, it's easy. Of course it is. But it's also in some countries, and I'm talking here mostly, it's institutionalized. But when you get a leader of a country doing this, well, it makes it legitimate, doesn't it? To people, let's say, that would have been afraid to show their true colours, and then they'll say, well, it's fashionable now. No, so I'll run with it. Yeah. Yeah, I've seen this play out in many countries, so I can see it coming a mile away, to be honest. But you've got generations now, let's say, that haven't dealt with this before, and they don't know where it's going, and they've never picked up a history book in their life, and sometimes they don't even know what's happening outside their own town. So this is all kind of new to them. But it's not new to me, and it's not new to anyone with any kind of critical thinking where this thing is going to go. You know, I'm not saying it's going to go there, but it's heading in that direction, and it's never good. You know, but we'll see some changes, I'd say, within the next decade or so. But we're overdue. We're kind of overdue by about, ugh, by about maybe 80. Well, no, by about 50 years or so. Yeah, yeah, we are kind of overdue for this. Yeah, but you'll see a lot of people that will cherry pick, that have a certain belief, and then they would stick to stuff that would kind of confirm and bolster the belief. I think no matter what you believe in, you should allow, other people to have their view and think it over in your head, that kind of stuff. Every argument is legitimate. I do believe in free speech, but I do believe that speech has consequence. I don't believe that speech should be used as an incitement to violence. I think that's where the free speech law, kind of goes a bit sideways. Mm. 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 Yeah. Yeah, I can see that, but Twitch won't let it through. I would have to go into my system. There's a certain keyword I had. Let's say that person you're talking about. A lot of people will keep bringing that up, and a lot of other people got upset because we were trying to get away from that name. You know what I mean? So I decided to just block that from the system. But I know exactly where you're going. Yeah, because people were kind of jaded and burnt out. They were dealing with this for like 5 or 6 years. And they would come to Twitch and they would be chatting, and the last thing they wanted to see was exactly what they wanted to get away from, Yeah. Yeah. So there's a few choice words that I put in. The only way I could change them for the system, let's say for the purpose of this conversation, would be to kind of go back in and change all of that stuff again, which takes time. Yeah, I'd have to go into the mod manager, and I don't know if I can do it from here. But I decided to use that and not let that term through. There was one guy in particular that made me do that. He would come on every day and he would literally, keep spouting out all of that stuff from that person. And, a lot of people were, well, he was like a scarecrow on my channel. he was scaring off the crows. So I had to, yeah. But I do like, to talk about everything. It doesn't, as long as the conversation is between, sensible people, that even if their opinions don't match, you know, they have respect for each other and respect each other's, even if they don't subscribe or believe in them. Respect, you know, the right to have them. You know, like you're saying about your brother that, you know, he's kind of gone off the rails as far as you're concerned. Well, you know, in a way I respect he's doing what he wants to do. Doesn't mean I agree with it, you know, but the freedom to do so, you know. I do, however, think that, in my opinion, he might be going the wrong way. But usually people will understand this after time. It's hard to know why they do these things. But they have a right to. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. And I do always encourage conversation. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But let's say, no matter where you consider to be on the spectrum, Cation, it's always best to let everyone have their opinion. You know, if let's say if you're more left and right and you're saying, well, you know, the right won't listen to any other opinion, and then when somebody from the right speaks, and let's say, you know, as long as it's, you know, not off, way off in space kind of stuff, you know, let them talk. It's okay. But what I see as well is not everyone from the right would be, you know, what we tend to think, you know, people on the right, let's say, when they think of the left, they think of these extreme people. And I think it's the same on the left. But I think the majority of the people, whether you consider them to be left or right, you know, are sensible, decent people. They have certain policies and stuff, let's say, that they would support more than others. So a minor political difference, you know, but on the things that matter, they would all pretty much be the same. You know, people are pretty much the same. But it's only people, let's say, that are, you know, as you said, kind of ultra in one direction or another. It's anyone that goes too far maybe down that line could be for a number of reasons. You know, could be mental instability, it could be attention, could be a lot of things, you know. I don't care about that with random people. About the conversation. No. Yeah, I suppose. Yeah, it can be, let's say, and that causes a lot of... I wouldn't let it get too much in the way of my relationship with my family, or at least I would try, unless they went really off the rails completely. But usually in a situation like that, where you would see these differences in opinions and stuff, you know, just give them space, you know. And, you know, if he comes out with that stuff, don't even contradict him, you know. Just smile and walk away. You know, that kind of stuff. It'll be okay. He'll come around or he won't, you know. With your dad, yeah. But really, let's say, if family have different opinions on stuff, they shouldn't really be discussing it, you know, with each other. I think it's the last thing they should do, to be honest. Now, okay, let's see, I'm trying to get something in here and it's driving me nuts because we're out of range. But here, hang on, I'll show you what we've been doing. Yeah, it's getting a little bit stuttery, you see that, but if I walk slowly enough, should be okay. My god, the heat here. Absolutely killing me. Don't know if the game will hold up to what I want to do, but I'm going to give it a shot. There's still a good bit left to do. Yeah, do you remember where we had that large forest? I took it out and this is what I did. This is probably big enough to be a village on itself. I still haven't done all of the decorations yet, but I'm getting there. I'll be putting a ton of junk out there, you can see. I'll get around to it eventually. Yeah, this is coming around. This would be big enough for a village alone, wouldn't it? Maybe I overdid it. Yeah, it's cruel, isn't it? I'm finding it very hard to function. Yeah, this took a little while to kind of measure it out, but yeah, it got there in the end. Do you remember the stones they gave me for decorations? I managed to use one as a pillar. I think it's ideal. You know, as a kind of a pillar system on that. Yeah, I had to put another one of these in because the thing wasn't reaching. And this thing here. I think we'll be okay here. Now, we might, actually I might do something down here instead. I need, what did I say? I need a sewing hut. I need a herbalist. I need 2 woodsheds and I need 2 hunters' cabins. Because if we're bringing in a ton of guys, yeah, we'll need more of these. But you see where I'm going here. That's not too bad here. So I'd have to come across with something there just to... Yeah, this is big. You see why I want to get something down here and maybe a little something there, just to kind of fill it up. Yeah, there's a good few here. There's about 70 people so far, but I would need probably at least another 50. Yeah. I don't know. I might just go with something like this. But the road itself is kind of killing me. Here, let me load up. Let's see if it will kind of sort itself out. But I'll get a road in anyway, and we'll see. Let's see if I can move this up a tad. All depends on the road. Oh, I can't believe how warm it is, Cation. No problem. Well, don't be too hard on your brother. He's probably going through some problems. I've seen, let's say, religious and political beliefs, let's say, split families up. But, you know, give him some time. You know, if he, you know, comes out with these conspiracy theories or whatever, just smile and, you know, discreetly find something to do and see if he works it out. You know? Yeah, he could be just going through something. Yeah. Nice. Well, usually, let's say, if people start dating for the first time, if it's a guy or a girl, obviously, and one of them has a certain belief, they'll kind of adapt that, a kind of temporary thing. You know what I mean? That happens as well. Met them last weekend. Cool. And they were talking about, oh my. Hi Q-Tip, how are you? What have you been up to? I'm sure he didn't. Yeah, I think I would be the same. Definitely uncomfortable. So, what have you been up to, Q-Tip? Pretty good. And how's stuff with you, Q-Tip? What have you been up to? I haven't seen you in ages. We're here on medieval Dynasty, and I was making this kind of large village. This will be my last playthrough on this one. I think I've pretty much done everything here. So this is what we've done so far. The Unreal 5 engine is under pressure as usual, but we might get to finish if we're lucky. Oh my. Oh, yeah, that's not cool. Yeah. Yeah, it's been out since about 2020, I think, on PC on Steam. And it's been on Xbox for about 3 years, I think. Just been working. Yeah, pretty much doing the same when I was your age. Totally understand. But it's you get tons of settlers. It's a kind of simulating kind of survival game, you know. Now, just let me get something really quick here to drink. Yeah, I've cut my streaming Q-tip down to about 3 days a week. I about 8-12 months ago, I got some very, very high blood pressure, so I'm on a ton of medication for that. Blood pressure medication, blood thinners, all of that stuff. So it makes me pretty tired, and tons of medical appointments. But I'm still here, even if it's only for 3 days. Yeah, whiskey, the best blood thinner. You do the same, yeah? Yeah, it's especially let's say let's say you're busy and working, and then after months to turn into more months and whatever, and it kind of goes from your mind. I totally understand. There's a lot of things I used to do, quite regularly, and then once you stop for a while, it's kind of hard to get back in again. Absolutely. Yeah, no, especially when you're young like you are and you're doing stuff and obviously living life. And then sometimes, let's say, if you've got a weekend and an hour to spend to maybe browse through stuff like that is okay as well. You like the Fallout 4 settlement building? Yeah, this is not bad either. The NPCs on this, I'll show you what I mean. You're familiar with the NPCs, Q-tip obviously in Fallout 4, and how stupid they are when you build a settlement, walking into walls and that kind of stuff. I finished a settlement on this on the other map. I'm doing both maps and I got all my achievement. Just got to finish this and I'll move on to something else. I'll show you the finished one in Oxbow. And this is on the multiplayer map. No, it's on the save list here. This is a finished settlement I got before I got the DLC. With the DLC, I can grow my own trees. Here, I use the ones that were existing on the settlement, which made it a little bit harder, obviously. And I'll show you how these NPCs work. It's something that BGS could only dream of. We've all seen the guys in Fallout 4 falling off ledges, spawning on houses, beneath the ground, moonwalking into walls, that kind of stuff. They're not too bad if you don't touch, a settlement. But once you start building it up, yeah, they're very confused. They can barely recognize a doorway. But this is how you do it. These guys are flawless. You put couples in the houses, they'll have their own kids, you can watch them grow up. It's vastly better system than Fallout 4. Obviously there's no big quests and stuff to do. That is kind of limited like all survival games. Like Valheim. Well, there's more than Valheim, to be honest. This is one I finished in Oxbow, on a different map. Now all the fields are workable. They're doing those. There's a lot of micro stuff at the start. That's my horsey. Now you see the way I've designed the fields here, 7x7 squares, and you've got these little things here, so my settlers can kind of get in and out. So I'm going to call that a horse. Now he'll follow me wherever I go. Where is he? Yeah, there he is. Watch this. Now remember, I built this section here, so I could have built it anyway. Now watch this horse. The NPCs are pretty much the same. They don't bump into anything. They'll instantly recognize something when you build it. They know where all the gateways are, opening doors, all of that stuff. Flawless. There he is there. You whistle and he'll come to you. But you see how we navigated through that maze there? Without even bumping off anything. So there's about 120-ish. Yeah, it's the padding. It's the same as the... Like when I was building this bridge here, there was a toddler walking across the bridge. So I took out this section here with my hammer, you know, hoping that we'd keep on walking and fall into the river. The second I took out the piece, he turned around and crossed over by the river. I used to think I played so much BGS games, Cajun, that, you know, getting decent AI padding on an NPC was a really hard thing to do. But apparently it's not. It's the easiest thing in the world to do. These guys are a very, very small devs, RenderCube. You know, very small company. Tiny company, and they can do it no problem. So BGS can probably do it as well, they just choose not to. So a big kind of farming community thing in this. And of course you buy all of these through the other towns, blah blah blah, and you assign your guys there, and you need feed, you need lumberjacks, water, hunters, kitchen staff, goes on forever. Fishermen, all of that stuff. So this is how it looks on the map. And this one I named in Gaelic, but the English translation means far from home. And this is what it looks like, let's say from the air. So a bit different than the other one, obviously a lot less trees. But that's nice, where I managed to get the mill right on that hill. Absolutely perfect, dead center. That I think is probably the best feature. Now this is autumn, so all of the plants are dead. But in spring and summer, this looks really colourful. But that I think is the best feature. And the hardest thing to do was, do you see that stupid fence? Where is it? Yeah, you see that wooden palisade fence? See that one that goes all the way around there? My God, that was a problem. But I got it. Took a while. Yeah, all of this. Yeah, the only thing that was here when we came in was the road and the bridge down there. See the bridge way down here? Yeah, that fence was a brutal thing to put into place. This is the one I did in Oxbow. The frame rate here is going to be a lot better, but the amount of trees I put in the other one, crazy. Yeah, it's actually fun, but you're talking about a massive amount of time, especially when you put out all of the little hay bales and stuff. If there's one issue I would have had with the game is there's not enough kind of varied bric-a-brac to display. Now there's a bit more obviously with the flowers, but still, I think they need about at least 100% more rubbish to throw around, you know. Well, that's the best I could do here with this one. But here as well I had a large orchard, which I'm thinking about doing on the other side as well. I don't know if the engine can take it. Now, if I didn't have all the trees, it probably could, no problem. The problem, the trees have a tiny bit of animation, and I'm using like maybe 400, 500, 600 trees. That's a bit much. But we'll see. You see how I'm getting no stuttering here? It's a good game to take abuse, to be honest. We'll see. I'm gonna see. We'll see if the engine can take it. I even went to the trouble of doing this. I still have a ton of that kind of decorating to do. It is the Unreal, yeah. Unreal 5, I think. I see what's helping this, let's say, you know, even though the graphics is good, there's no script and there's not a ton of quests, so obviously that will give us a little bit of leeway. And that's what we've got here. Now that's nice. One of the main reasons why I picked this place. Hard to know. I'd get away with the settlement no problem if it wasn't for the trees on the other one. But I'll probably be using maybe 700-800 trees, and each one of them has a little bit of animation. That's always a problem in a game. Yeah, you can. Well, you can't literally fish with a rod, but if you put in a fishing hut, they'll catch some fish. But there's no kind of fishing like Skyrim kind of thing, no. Well, there kind of is. Oh, hang on, I'm wrong. But you don't have a rod. You do it with a fishing spear.
Have I seen you today?
Yeah. I think you can do it with a bow as well. Yeah, you can fish actually. And that's it. This is what I've done here. Now let's get back to the other settlement. And I'll show you my concern on this one. Fishing games can be good, alright. There's fishing in No Man's Sky as well. That's kind of interesting. The Angler, so that's like a kind of fishing game. Cool. This kind of heat will always make you a little sick, won't it? A little nauseous. Here, let me get something more to drink. Valheim is a great building game. The problem with that one is you gotta keep on pushing through the bosses to get the pieces you want. Yeah. So, you know, it's not really a game that was meant for single player. The bosses can be a bit iffy, you know, when you're by yourself. Now, I'm trying to work out what I want to do here. See, I'm kind of getting out of range here. Now, you see that stutter? You see it? See it stuttering? It's because of these. Now, watch that tree. You see the movement in the tree? In the breeze? That's on every single tree. Every single tree. And look at how many trees are here. So this is a big strain on the cell. There is an obscene amount of trees here. That's a massive strain. Valheim is pretty decent, yeah. Yeah. You know what I mean? But we'll see how it goes. Once it's finished, if I walk through it, let's say, and don't run, if I just walk like this, we should be able to get away with it. I want to see what I can take anyway. But this is a lot more stressful on the cell than the buildings. You see that animation? See that slight movement? If you could turn off tree animation, you might have a shot. But the second I got the DLC that allowed me to do trees, I said, yeah, this is the way to go. Especially when you can do the fencing like this as well. So you can imagine the fencing in a bric-a-brac, and I'll need maybe 7 or 8 more production buildings, and probably another 10 houses, and a ton of bric-a-brac, and a absolute truckload of fencing. So I am definitely going to push this one to its limits. We'll see. But I'm stuck on this here now. Yeah, this is giving me a bit of hassle. Well, I can probably go straight back from here. Let me see. Yeah, well, it's no problem. I can get rid of this here. Those two are once I line them up, will probably be okay. And I can get through this eventually. But I need to be able to carry this piece on. Well, let's see. It doesn't really seem to be working. Yeah. See what I mean? The ground level is killing me on this. Oh, it's not bad. Oh, yeah, okay. It's probably not that bad. But you'll always get that, and I really hate it when that happens. This is not a good spot to build. I wonder if there's something else I could put in here instead. You see what I mean? We're not getting any nice clean lines on this at all. That is horrible. Yeah, that looks really, really brutal. Yeah, let's try it. Maybe the other one is just kind of pushing it off a bit. Yeah, let's give it one more shot. I have no way to line this up, so I'm literally just guessing this silly thing. No, it's spreading out. You see that? That is a waste of time. See, the ground is not flat. Okay. That's definitely not going to work, guys. That is really weird, isn't it? Okay, we'll give one more shot. Let me just see for a moment. We'll try it this way. I know this is not going to work, but we can load it up if it doesn't. We just go back a bit more. Now let's see, maybe we got away with it there, didn't we? Oh, hi Hufflepuff. Pretty good, pretty good. And you, how have you been? No problem. Yeah, there it is. We got it. Okay, that would do for a moment. Now, so okay, let's push these guys back into place. And we see how much we can do here. I wanted to get the hunting lodges here in at least, anyway. Okay, kind of weird. Maybe that one I could push in a little more, but let's see. I'd say we could probably go through that tree and probably get away with it, or one of them. It's gonna be interesting. Yeah. Yeah, the other one there. Oh, look at this, that's silly. Ah, this is gonna be hard to line this little guy up. But once we get these done, we should be okay. Probably. And I get these guys as close as possible. Not bad. Let's see if I can straighten this up another tiny bit. Yeah, almost there. Ah, that's good. Oh, that's right, you're on vacation. Cool. Cool. I hope you enjoy yourself there, Hufflepuff. Yeah. No, there's no system here like Valheim. But even the system in Valheim, Hufflepuff, let's say, is a bit dodgy. Yeah, where you can flatten out the ground would be nice. Let's see if we can move this guy a bit more. You see where the two sheds are there? I'll make sure I won't get out of range. Oh, that's not too bad. We can come down a lot, guys. Yeah, we can come down a lot with this. I just want to find the best way of doing this. Yeah, I just can't land this. I need to get the stupid things online. Here, let me go from the other side here. Yeah, I don't know what's right and what's wrong on this, because I can't see it properly from the map. I can't kind of square it off. I'm literally gonna have to do guesswork on this. Let's see. Well, that kind of looks okay. Now let's see. Nope. No, it's actually not going to let me do that, is it? That's mega weird, guys. Oh, it's a little high anyway. Yeah, that's not bad. Ooh, okay, that's almost there. Yeah, let's see if I can tweak it just a tiny bit more. Yeah, let me actually go down on that one there. Nah, stupid. I don't know if I'm messing about on this end here, and I really should be down the other end. Well, it kind of looks okay. Well, you see, I can't use the field to see if it's straight. I don't know. It looks okay. Here. Now that will damage the roadway for a minute. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make a vineyard. I've got a place set aside here. That's why I'm getting all the other stuff done. You see this area here? That will be for the vineyards. I need a vineyard and an orchard. More than enough room. Yeah. So this is why I'm trying to get the little stuff done. That won't take up a large enough area. And that's like perfect ground for that. But at the same time, I need to use up some ground down here as well. I need to scatter this thing out a little bit. Let me have a look on the map here now. Looks pretty decent, guys. Now, you see the way that looks real shoddy there? Well, that will all blend back once I reload this. It's just kind of cut into it for a moment. That should do. Then that will be our hunting stuff out of the way. Then I need to find another spot for the two excavation sheds. Then it's just I need a spot for the sewing hut and the herbalists. I want to put them somewhere in around the settlement. That's it then. Then I need X amount of houses. See how many more settlers I want. There'll always be, you know, somewhere I can put them if I get stuck. You know, if I need more houses. Then, once I get my entrances in, I'm gonna go all out getting wood for the fencing. My God, I can see the engine explode. Something is gonna give. My Xbox is gonna give, or the engine is gonna give. Oh, no problem. Yeah, I heard that's actually quite good as Path of Exile. I remember watching on YouTube. The guy was saying that that Musk hired some guy to play his game for him. I thought it was interesting. You seen that one? Yeah, it was Path of Exile, wasn't it? Yeah. But the engine seems to be pretty good. Oh no, it wasn't Path of Exile. That's the Conan thing, isn't it? It was the other one. Yeah, there's another one. Yeah. A lot of YouTubers were actually talking about it. He said he was world-class player. Yeah. Imagine getting hiring someone to make a character for you. Like Diablo 2, way more customization. Nice. It's I don't know. It's probably a kind of mental disorder. You've got tons of cash and you want to be, you know, you want people. I don't know. It's pretty fake, isn't it? How you know? I don't know. Even wanting attention for something you've done real, let's say, has its problems, but. You know, like, he's got all the money, he's got everything. What else does he want? Yeah, I heard that got a bad one, yeah. But I don't know, that's his own thing if he wants to pay somebody to play his game. But, yeah. That's the rich guys, I suppose, yeah. Now, let's load this up. Should clear itself out. We'll have a look at it. we can get the huts in first to get them done, and then I'll do the fencing and decorating, and we'll work something out in that. On that, I think I'll have a different system. The spare land we have, we'll fence it off, and we'll add silly stuff like haystacks and junk, and we'll throw it around. Something like I did on the last one. Yeah, you would think, like, he threw so much money into some other stuff. Get some good devs and make a good game. I do know he likes to kind of butt in conversations when people say a game is too woke or it's bad or it's this. Yeah, put your money where your mouth is. He's got tons of cash that would be pocket change to him. Make his own company. This is a great time for hiring devs. Microsoft, all of the companies are leaving go some really good devs. You'd hire 100 devs there, top quality guys. And I mean guys, let's say, that just want to make good games with good ideas. You could do that. Yeah. Nah, he'd rather be on Facebook. I've heard somebody saying that, I don't know how true it is, that when you log on to Facebook, you're automatically following him. Is that true? Or is it? Oh no, it's not. It's not Facebook. Sorry, it's not Facebook. It's Twitter. It's X. Yeah. How true that is, I don't know. If it is, it's crazy. Oh no, or something. All of his tweets. Yeah, it's X. All of his tweets. You'll get his tweets whether you want them or not. Yeah. No, I don't even know what. Yeah, never had it. Twitter or X. Yeah. But I do think he's what was it again? My heart to you gesture was pretty cute. I've seen him almost tank his company back in the beginning when Tesla was starting off. He did a podcast, and he was with another guy. I think he was bragging about smoking pot or weed or something. The shares took a big dive from that one. Strange guy. But that little ex-company has that PayPal. That's been jumping on the bandwagon as well with the payment guys, let's say, to stop certain games from going to market, which I think is pretty stupid. The Cybertruck, yeah. It's pretty ugly. It's a bit of a dead trap as well. I've always considered his company a little bit like Bitcoin in a sense. Where there's no real substance to it, it's just how people value it. No, it's not legal. But these laws have been enforced for 50 years or more. First of all, it's too big and wide for roads. And number two, it's above the weight limit. So even if it was legal, you would need a heavy goods license to drive that thing. Here, let's say the cars have to be designed, and I think in the US as well, to a certain extent, where the corners on it have to be rounded a bit. So if you do hit a pedestrian, he has a kind of fighting chance of surviving. So when you're driving a stainless steel tank with sharp edges, you're pretty much going to do a lot of damage. All of the systems in that, including the steering, are working on a kind of digital system, so that could be a bit of a problem. The mechanical thing, at least, let's say, when you're going in to get what we call a DOE, or in the UK it's called an MOT, legally every year a mechanic will have to inspect it to make sure everything is okay. You know, the moving parts, steering, all of that stuff. A little bit more complicated when everything is almost digital. So, you know, that itself could be a problem. Lots of things. Using glue, let's say, to to put most of the parts together didn't really help. There's been tons of fires in that particular brand, let's say. You know, the battery thing, not the most stable thing ever. It's, I don't know, is anybody even buying them anymore? Yeah. Yeah. I don't know if anyone, I don't even know if anyone's buying. I suppose they were almost like a lady's handbag in a sense. You know, kind of overpriced item that you would have as a kind of a symbol, I suppose. You know, look at me, I can afford a Cybertruck kind of thing, probably. But I do know he moved his shop, didn't he, everything up to China there at one stage. He made some deals with the Chinese government. But I do know, let's say, if you move your business to China, I think by law there that any tech you have, you've got to share it with the Chinese government. So, you know, you have any edge there, that's pretty much gone. But I kind of knew what was going on. You know, once they learned the ropes, let's say, in that, yeah, they pretty much got rid of him. I think he's moved out now. So now they're doing the EVs. It's pretty much like if you're running a garage and, you know, let's say some guys come over from another country and you hire them pretty cheap because they're doing cheap work. And I've seen this happen. I've seen companies go out of business. And once they know enough, they'll actually put up another garage beside you and put you out of business. Kind of thing. Some things never change. Yeah. He was dancing. Oh, cool. But I remember where I couldn't believe the media. Oh, this is the greatest thing ever. You know, driving cars, you know, like a kind of tunnel thing. He basically drove a Tesla down an underground tunnel. And everyone was saying, you know, this is the best thing since sliced bread. This genius, absolutely genius. And I said to myself, hang on. Didn't the Brits do this in the 1850s? You know, over what, 200 years before? You know, and it was called a tube station. I don't know what was so special about that. Yeah, it's a kind of an investor thing. Yeah, well, you remember he was on about the fully autonomous cars. He's been promising that for what, 10 years? Yeah, 10 years. I remember he was on about that hypertrain thing. Remind me of a episode from The Simpsons. You know, that thing is already done by Japan. Well, basically, you know, if you follow the stock market or whatever the case may be, every time he comes out with one of these really exaggerated claims, let's say, he gets a bump in stock price. That's basically all it is. You know, he's, I don't know, seems to be a bit of a snake oil salesman. Well, the company is actually making stuff. They were losing ground fast to China, you know, even before Musk, let's say, became a lot more controversial, obviously, you know. But even then, you know, was losing ground. I do know, let's say, that his brother had a lot of stocks, apparently, allegedly. His brother had a lot of stocks in the company and he sold them all. And most of the CEOs have sold all their stocks in Tesla. But I think the only thing keeping them alive, to be honest, is government subsidies. Yeah. They have, yeah, Japan. Yeah, sure. Well, he's just a businessman. It's not that I don't trust him, but I don't trust him any more than I trust any businessman. You know, They'll make claims, let's say, that they either have no intention of keeping or can't keep anything to make profit and raise stock prices. Musk is a little different because, most businessmen in that league, let's say, would keep their mouth shut. They would keep a low profile and try to give a kind of how could I put this? An appearance of logic and intelligence. Where with Musk, I think he likes the attention maybe too much. Maybe so. He would probably be better suited as some kind of influencer or something. But it doesn't really go hand in hand. Making yourself too public and running a company doesn't mix well. He did. He bought himself into the companies, and much like Zuckerberg, pretty much kind of took over then. Oh, you gotta like him for that. He's pretty aggressive. I wouldn't know his mental state. Apparently he is autistic or something in some way, but he's, let's say, unpredictable. And there's one thing I've learned about business, but business and unpredictability don't mix very well. I'm surprised the company is valued at so much, or was at least. But then again, I'm surprised the Bitcoin is worth anything. Strange. Well, that's what they claim. I'm not sure. Yeah. Well, there will be different kind of types. Yeah. I'm not familiar with the condition on occasion, so I couldn't really comment. Don't get me wrong, I've nothing against the guy, and I'm not criticizing anything I'm saying. It's stuff I've seen. It's just an unusual way. It's not a traditional way to run a company, to be honest. And I would say one thing: he takes gambles, and they usually work for him, pretty much like Napoleon. But eventually, Napoleon met his Waterloo, and everyone that takes gambles, let's say, will eventually meet their Waterloo. Ketamine. I've heard rumours of that as well. What exactly is ketamine? Is some kind of relaxing drug or something, I suppose. Yeah. But it's obvious he likes attention. The little thing, let's say, with claiming to be a world-class gamer, getting someone to play his account, and then came on and actually played with that character, and anyone who played that game instantly realised he didn't have a clue what he was doing. If you get to that level apparently in that game, you're pretty good, and it really shows. So kind of played like a newbie. So apparently that was it. Yeah, a lot of guys. I think he had Twitter fights and stuff, or whatever the case may be. Having Twitter fights about video games with YouTubers and gamers. When you're the richest guy in the world, and you're running a company. It's not a good look for the stock, to be honest. Yeah, I'd be pulling my stock out of there, I can tell you. Yeah, he didn't even know the controls. And was the highest. It doesn't really matter much. It's just a game. But if people would say, if you were investing in his company, if you're that petty, in something as trivial, let's say the business as video games, should I trust this guy with my money? That's what, Yeah. It's his own business, to be honest. What would I know about that kind of stuff? Now, let's sleep for a little bit. No, but I have nothing against the guy. I just think it's a weird way to be. Well, maybe not weird. It's unconventional. Yeah, we call it that. Yeah, like. Uh, yeah, it's I don't know if I was going. I don't think I'd go into a business venture with a guy whose mind works like that. If you had a company on par or smaller, let's say, or maybe even a little larger, if you go into a business transaction, a long-term business transaction with a partner like that, they'll always actively want to push you out as the company expands and gets bigger. We know he's done it before anyway, so that wouldn't be much of a guess. But a very unreliable business partner. Because you want to be admired, I suppose. Even if it's, it's like people that come up with conspiracy theories that want attention and stuff. It would be something on to that, I would say, occasionally. Oh, hi, so Mac. And how are you? Again, I'm not criticizing him. That man would probably spend more on parking fees than I would make in a lifetime. But, no, I'm just saying that he's not exactly conventional, It wouldn't be my place to criticize him. But I suppose everyone is entitled to an opinion, aren't they? Yeah, but it was very, very easy to say, And, even if he was a professional gamer, yeah, so what? And what exactly is a professional gamer? Well, professional means that, you do it and you actually get paid. That's what professional means. An amateur is someone that would do something and they're unpaid no matter how good they are. Even if they're the best player of a game in the world, if they didn't accept money for doing it, they're considered amateur. You're considered professional when you get paid to do a job. Doesn't matter if you do it good or bad. Once you accept money to do that job, you're considered a professional. That's the definition of it. We tend to use it more like how good your skills are. Well, you're a professional, so obviously you play good. One of the best, maybe. Ah, nice. Finally going to open the gate. My sandbox game returned to Mora. Just found that thing. Oh, nice. Nice. Cool. Every day, yeah. And as I said, if you're running a massive company, you won't be able to play that game every day. Again, it wouldn't scream confidence from investors when you've got a CEO wasting his time playing video games. The act itself isn't a waste of time, but if you have a business to run and you're neglecting it to play video games, it would be like investing a lot of money in a teenager. Hard one to make out. Well, I don't accept monies. I'm just an amateur. Good night, Terry, and thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Have a good one and take care. But yeah, being a professional at something doesn't mean that you're actually really, really good or the best. It just means you're getting paid to do it. That's the definition as far as I know. My mouse is interesting. I tried jotting on the sharp tuck and then charger comes out from the power socket. Nice. Hi, Kitson. You're poor. Aren't we all, Sam Mac? Aren't we all? And take care of yourself, Terry, you hear me? Bye. Now, let's see if we can do something with this. But we'll probably get away with this one here. It's just, here I can't really get, a proper measurement on this. That's why it's taken so long and it's stupid, but that should work it out. Once I get the buildings up, I can work it a little later, but that's okay. That's actually not bad. I'll obviously get rid of this little junk in a moment. That could be the hardest part. Right. This is what we need to do here. And I would want to go back... yeah, okay, probably there. Well, or maybe a more central area here. Right, let's give this a shot, guys. Have you ever thought about trying Return to More? Is that a kind of Lord of the Rings game, is it? When the NPC DLC comes out, it would be amazing to see you play it. It's like Lord of the Rings, is it? Kind of thing? I'm not sure. Probably in the future. Yeah, probably. Yeah, it sounds like kind of Lord of the Rings kind of stuff. Yeah. Poor are great people. They're both many of the greatest things. Absolutely. Yeah. Well, the first real, let's say, emergence of democracy would have been with the ancient Greeks and that. Nothing like a few riots and burning cities. You're right there. But it's moved away from that now, Kitsune. Right up until maybe the 70s and even the 80s. The last time I've seen the kind of class struggle, it was pretty much squashed in the 80s by Thatcher. And it's never really recovered since. You know, where you had, working people, miners, stuff like that, that would be fighting corporations for better pay, better hours, more fairness, that kind of stuff. You had that kind of class struggle. There's no more of that now. Corporations can pretty much do what they want. You don't hear a peep out of anyone. Now it's about your ideology or your sexuality. I think government and corporations have done a good job there to throw us a bone for something else to keep us occupied while they pretty much do what they want, Yeah, no more class struggle. It's now, I don't know, I think it's been replaced by culture war, I suppose. It is. Oh, it is a Lord of the Rings game. You're a dwarf taking back Mora. Oh, sounds interesting. I'm gonna lurk a bit. No problem, Cajun. Watch Frankenstein here. Oh, I've seen that. It's the new release. I might watch it later. I've seen it on Netflix. Yeah, I might catch it later. Have a good one, Cajun. Take care. Bye. Best loved. To each their own. Yeah, I'll definitely look into it. I've never played any of the Lord of the Rings ones. My grandnephews play them a lot. I'll definitely look into it. Yeah. I do know that would probably be a Warner's Brother thing, wouldn't it? Wasn't too amused when they started copyrighting a ton of stuff. They copyrighted the Nemesis system. I don't know. Never really used it since. Mostly $5. That seems reasonable. Now, okay, let's see if we can get something on this. I don't want to come back somewhere around. I don't know. Let's try that one. Now, this is work. It's another thing, really, isn't it? If we can get a good look on this, it'll be okay. It all depends on the map, guys. Ooh, it's not bad, but if I just kind of go to the side, just a fraction more, it's actually not bad. Oh, hang on. Let's see. I have it saved anyway. Now let's try that again. going about there. I don't know, that looks kind of decent. I think the tree might have messed it up. Yeah, tree kind of messed it up just a tiny bit. I don't think we can get it in at that angle, but it's not bad. Maybe if I hit it twice. Yeah, let me see. No, let's see that one there. Okay. Actually not bad, that one, you know that? Yeah, you could probably get away with that. Can we blend into that anyway? It's definitely gonna be a problem, alright. Yeah. A stupid tree is killing me, guys. No, it's not gonna work. Well, not at that angle anyway. Yeah, it's been pushed back at too much of an angle. Okay, let's try it one more time. Whoa. Yeah. I don't think there's a hope of doing this, guys. Oh, bear with it for a little bit. I know that looks a bit better. Have we got it? No. It's pushing way too much on the side. To be honest, it needs to go on that. Okay, let's load it up. I'll have to go from the other edge, guys. I'll figure this out. Once I get this, I'm away. It's just getting this one in. Now, usually this would go in pretty quick if I could kind of measure it up with the fuse, but the direction it is the wrong way. I'm literally guessing it. But I've put too much work into this on the map, let's say, to have a road that looks like that. It's horrible. And I have no way of measuring out a straight line, so I'm literally guessing. If you're a tiny bit off when you put the road in, it tends to kind of pixelate, kind of, you know, push to one side. And it got all squiggly on the map, and that's not good. We want a reasonable straight line, which is really hard to do at an angle. Extremely hard to do at an angle. Well, it's only a small area, I'm sure we'll get through shortly. And we have a ton of fencing, so we'll probably be spending a few days getting wood. Also, I'll bring in some guys to give me a hand. Now, that's the way I want to go, but I don't know, we'll try this again one more time. I'll tell you what I'm going to do this time. I'm going to leave down a marker. And then I can adjust it from here. Instead of guessing every time, you know? Yeah, looks a bit off. Let me see. It's actually not bad, but it needs to go over a little bit the other side. It's actually not bad. Let me see one more time. I better drop the second one, huh? There, that will give us a rough look at this. That doesn't look great, but let me see. Oh, let's see. Okay, it needs to be going over a tad more. You see how the line kind of went sideways? So probably on the far side of that. Now let's have a look at that one. Ooh, that was so close, wasn't it? That was really, 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 really close. Just one piece off. I wonder if I could patch it. I doubt it. Let's see. I wonder if I could patch that guy. Let's have a look at that one. Let me see. Ah, sugar. I wonder if it's the tree that's actually doing that. You see that piece there? Everything is okay except for that one. I can get rid of that little tail in a moment. I don't know. That's killing me now. That is a pity. I wonder if I save and reload will it fix that. I don't know what's causing it. You see it there? Well, the only thing we could do is go over even further, but that's silly. What I'll need to do, and I can't push this side because it's in perfect sync with the edge here. If I go over further on that, it's going to really mess up. Yeah, it's in a decent sync. Okay, we'll go over big time then on this. I think this is our best chance here to mess with this one. It's a bit of a gamble, I suppose, but... How's that? Oh yeah, there it is, guys. We got it. That will do me. Yeah, that looks pretty good. I think that's the best we're going to get on level ground. I'm happy with that one. Now... Okay, we got our entrance in anyway. Yeah, that's the only way we could do it with that. Now, be getting rid of some of this junk here, obviously. I'll leave that one in place for a moment. Well, that's all I can really put in here. Now, of course, getting this off is going to be something, alright. See what I mean? Oh. No. I can't even do this. Let me see. Oh, this is going to be a nightmare, but we'll give it a shot. Ah, sugar. Now we've got to get this right, and then we're pretty much done on the road. The rest I can add over time, it's not a biggie. This is why I literally hate this system here. Every single time, it's always going to go like this. Almost impossible to do anything. I had the same problem over there, but I eventually, after a long time, that's the best I could get there. You'll always get that kind of thing. The only way to stop that would be to come out, but you'll kind of come out too far. You'd have to do something like this. But you're definitely going to come out too far. Hang on, let's see. Yeah, it's even worse. If that's possible. Horrible, isn't it? I hate building in here, I really do. Okay, I'm going to try something a little different here for a moment. Let's see if I can get... I have a save anyway. I can go back to it in a moment. Though I think that's a kind of stupid idea, to be honest. We're never going to even off this thing, are we? It's always going to have that sharp kind of look to it. I could probably make a wall or something in here. Okay. I'll just get rid of some of it then, and then I'll come back to it later. It's taking up too much time. Steam cleaning my walls. Never knew how bad the walls were stained. Nicotine is brutal, isn't it? Yeah. Absolutely. You should see my room. I smoke too much. And it gets in everywhere. The more bric-a-brac you have, the more it kind of perforates that nicotine smell. Absolutely, you know. Yeah, it's a really bad habit. But it's something once you get into it, really hard to break. Especially if you're dealing with any kind of stress. Everyone is dealing with stress of some sort. Yeah, some people will do that. That's it. I know people that will only smoke when they socialise. I suppose in our head, well, especially for me, I am socialising and gaming. Now, weird thing is, if I wasn't chatting with people, I would only probably smoke about 1/3 as much. Yeah, we tend to smoke a lot more, I suppose. But yeah, that's kind of normal. I'll just shorten the road and I'll get back to that later. I'll be off anyway after the weekend. But I'll just get rid of some of this. That's all I need here are these two guys. But I always knew it was going to be a stupid thing to do to try and get all of these in. Hang on. What about... Yeah. What about going out the entire way and putting the... what's it called? The fishing hut out here. Although it might be a little iffy. Well, it would be interesting all the same. Let me see. Well, it would save a big problem, wouldn't it? Yeah, if we could get that to join up. Let's see. Let's see if we could work this one. Definitely worth a shot. It's not a bad spot, is it, guys? Not a bad spot at all. It's definitely out there. It's possible, guys. Yeah, I could kill two birds with one stone. We could get, well, it kind of works, doesn't it? The hunting cabins and the one here. I'll put a well here and one here, and then try and maybe get the other two cabins in here, and then we're pretty much done on this area. And then move down to a couple of items here, which will leave us free then to really start doing stuff here. Yeah, well, it's nice to do a little bit of cleaning every now and again, obviously, yeah. Are far worse than first appearance in other places that I have neglected. It's so bad going and cleaning it all partially leaves me with, yeah. But it's, sometimes, especially as a guy, it's kind of hard to get motivated to do all that kind of stuff. Okay, let's try this again, guys. I think we're on to something here with this, if we can get the lineup, let's say, you know, proper. If we can get that lineup proper, I think we're on to something here. But I think it would work out nicely. That's how far we need to bring this little thing. Yeah, we get it there. Oh, let's have a look at that. It's just a matter of lining this up. That's reasonably okay, guys. Yeah, we're never going to the sharp top on that. Now let's see. Oh, we're out of range. Oh, sugar, we can't put it here. We're out of range of that stupid thing. That's a major problem. Yeah, we're out of range of that. Oh, for good God's sake. The last thing I need is another one of these. Yeah, we're okay around here. No, I'll have to go with my other plan of pushing it down here. Let's see if it works. That's such a pity. That would have been a decent spot. Let's see how we're still in range here. Well, we're definitely still in range here, and this is a nice spot, isn't it? But the problem is the roadway in. We would have to be very, very close to a food storage for that. The fish would go directly there, wouldn't they? Let's see. Yeah, it'll go straight to food storage. Let me see, am I within range? I doubt it. This is barely within range of the... I think I'm out of range of both of them here. No, we're good. Yeah, we are within range of food storage. That would do. Deep yellow. Oh, I know exactly. I usually just throw them away, yeah. Absolutely, yeah. Absolutely. But if I could get things more organized here, you know what I mean, I have some kind of system where I can maybe blow that smoke or whatever out the windows, but it does accumulate over time. Yeah, this won't go straight into the resource shed, it goes into food storage. And we are within range here. Yeah. I wonder which one. Yeah, well, it's just within range. Yeah, it's just within range. Barely. Okay, we'll give it a shot. Oh yeah, we need planks. We're out of range of resource, but doesn't make a difference. That stuff will be going... Oh, hang on. It does make a difference because they're picking up the stupid... No, it's not going to work. They're picking up the stupid stuff they need to fish with. Okay. Not going to work. We'll just take out the roads and do it the way I was going to do it originally. I'll come in with some walls later and I'll sort out that stupid road system. That's the only way I'll get something done with that. That's a pity. But it's doable. Just take me a little longer. Yeah, the food will go into the food storage, it'll reach that. But unless I want to keep going over there every 5 seconds and filling that thing up with tools, which I don't want to do, then I'll have to take it from the resource shed, which are out of range. Plus, it's not the greatest spot anyway, I suppose. The only problem is I suppose I'll sort out a roadway for the other one. Not that I'd even need one. But I'll be doing a bit down there. Yeah. Well, with this, it's, you know, where they pick up the stuff to work with, you know. And I don't want to build another one just for that. You know, there's too many buildings in here as is. I want to try and give this a bit of a break if I can. So, okay. I can't do anything with this, unfortunately. That's not a problem. So I'll just take this out. I'll just take it to there. I'll sort that out after. I'll figure out some kind of way of doing that. What I might have to do is when I take this one out is to come down with some kind of wall and then blend it in. The wall should hide most of it. Yeah. It's a pity because we can see it from the map, but I'll sort this one out later. Right, let's build up these two guys. We'll just give them a minimum for a while. We'll come back and do them later. We've got other things to do. My God, we're going to need a lot of wood, aren't we? There, we're kind of out of planks. Okay. That's that. We need to get some wood and we need it big time. Right. Now what I usually do when I'm building here, because I spend several hours, is I turn the food, water and wood requirements off for the NPCs. Now that we're actually playing it again, and let's reset them again. Let me see. Yeah, I have everything off when I'm building. Let's put that back to normal. The last thing you need is to be messing about with these guys when you're trying to build. Okay. Yep. That should do it. Right, let's go. Now, I think we have 0 wood left, guys. Because the amount of buckets that I need to supply those animal things with, it's ridiculous. I think we're getting out of buckets. Yeah, we're going for buckets as well. No, we have a few. What do we like for logs and planks? Gone. Oh, we have planks. It's just the logs. Yeah, it's the logs that's the problem. Okay, we need some logs. Random trees, yeah. It's more of a neatness. OCD, I'm familiar with people that have OCD. It's much different. Very debilitating. But it's something that would kind of absolutely creep into their everyday lives. With me, I just do something neat just in a game. More of a thing because it's a challenge and it keeps my mind occupied. You know, it would be quite easy to just place them, and you could get them looking, reasonably good. But this, yeah, I find it more interesting. More of a design thing. But, when it comes out from video games, I'm like anyone else. Pretty messy with my room, that kind of stuff. Yeah, very guy stuff. Now, I think I've gotten all of... I think I've even done the quest here, haven't I? Yeah, I think I've done everything. We just need to get wood in this season before I come on. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, okay. Well, the best place to go is Hornica for wood. We'll be chopping down these guys who will give us 3 wood, and if we need more seeds, well, very bad drop rate. Well, we'll get some of that as well. What's our axe like? Yeah, okay. Now, let's see. Do we send these guys back to the mines? Well, pretty much, yeah, everything is done. Summer. Let's see. Gotta send them back to the mines. Yeah, I haven't got enough yet to do it properly, so I've been kind of moving them. Farm shed, yeah, they're going to the mines. Let's send them back to the mines for a moment. Hunting. Yeah, we'll do that later. Okay. We'll just get these guys out. Okay. We got many farmers left. Probably not a lot. We have 2 left, actually. We have that one. And okay. Alright, let's put those into a mine and we get out of here. Now, that's it, we're done. By the time we're messing about, they'll have a ton of stuff waiting for us. Dating profile, I can clean a toilet. Hope they will get it, probably. Right, we will go to, what's the name of it again? Hornica. That's a good spot to take out the trees we need. So we need a couple of 100, I would say. I hate this part, but we'll probably need the seeds anyway. You little... Just give me a heart attack. I can't beat the axe. Oh, that's a decent armor. Yeah, there's supposed to be a way to hide the backpack on this and the hat, but I can't see it. Maybe it's for PC only.
How are you?
Right, let's get these trees. Now I usually get the guys on the other side here. I've taken them out about 10 seasons so far. Won't take the stumps, obviously they'll grow back. But we do really need the wood. These will give tree, and of course we use the seeds anyway. Not that that cell will take much more abuse. Now this tree thing is as boring as can be, but we definitely need this. I've often taken hundreds of trees from here. Cleared the entire area several times. Still need more wood. But the drop rate in this is unbelievably bad for those seeds. Horrible. About 7%. Yeah, we'll just do this till it gets dark. Just get a little supply of these. The vendors don't sell much. An entire map, if you could make maybe 40, 50 trees, logs, it's a lot. I've already picked them up. I had like 5,000 logs at one stage. But I haven't collected them in a good few seasons, so... And once I get the second woodshed up, it should pretty much take care of it. It's the guys that say sheep and well, not the sheep, but the goats and cows and the buckets for that and the water. I've been taking up, you know, all of the wood. That you need the planks and all of that junk. You see what logs we're going to use when we're doing that fencing is going to be ridiculous. But we'll only be doing a little bit of fencing. I'll gather most of those logs later, I'd say. But we need to push on with this. We need to be kind of finishing each area as we're moving along. Because we'll never get it finished. Okay, so far so goodish. Right. We'll keep going to at least get dark, and you'll see, let's say 3 logs for each tree. After doing a few hundred trees, you could kind of work out the drop rate on the seeds. So we've roughly done about, what, 28-ish? And there's, well, I already had 2 seedlings. Yeah, that I didn't remove from my inventory, so we only actually picked up 3, I think. So yeah, roughly about 8% I'd say on that one. Come on. This is boring as anything, but we need the wood. Plus we need the seeds anyway, eventually. We might as well get them now, when we're closing up the other end of that settlement. We're eventually gonna have to do this anyway. Rightio. What's my axe like? Yeah, they're pretty decent, those iron axes. Now the second we get back, we'll move to the next season when's that? We're in spring, so summer. We'll just bring back a handful of those guys. I think there's some crops coming in summer. I need some full-time farmers there. You know that. But I might have to consider actually picking up some more NPCs. because I think the next batch of guys coming in, 7 guys, no females, they're going to be a problem taking up space. So we might have to find them some brides, I think. That'll be a little harder to max out, but doable. That's okay. We'll take you. Aha. Yeah, that was the last one. Okay. Yeah, next season probably, or when the next bunch of guys come in. 7 guys. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, it's starting to get dark. When it gets too dark, we'll move out. We'll get back when we get to a different season. I think we spent enough time in this one. If we're lucky, we'll get another batch of guys coming in, but as I said, there's more guys. It's gonna be hard to pair them up. Yeah, we might just have enough time to get these little bunch out. Yeah, it's a pretty large area. Oh, that fencing is going to take up a lot. Doesn't matter, we can get it in time anyway, maybe every season. You know, for a day or so, I'll just keep grabbing some, but once I get enough sheds up, I should be okay. Yeah, I think we'll go, guys. It's time to go. Dark enough. So let's see. We'll pick up at least 100 plus logs. 174. I already had 2 seeds, so that's really bad. 8 seeds from, well, let me see. 174 logs would be 1/3. About 60 trees. About 60 trees and about, it's not bad. Like 12%, is it? Yeah, about 12%. Not the worst. It averages out around 10-ish. Usually. Right, that won't take the pressure off the guys. Right, let's get home. Line ourselves up, get into the summer. All of the new rose bushes and that, they bloom in the summer for one season. Not too bad. I'll figure a way to hide that road a little later. Now.
How do you do? Take care.
Ah, sugar. He won't let me, Okay. Yeah. Apparently I'm dirty. It's too far to run to a lake to wash. Stupid system, really. Yeah. Yeah, this is a new horse I picked up. Picked it up as a coatling. Looking for a female one, but I wouldn't think it would make a difference. I think the colours coming out will just be that kind of random, kind of fawnish colour. Roan, I think it's called. Now, let me see. We are going here. It's a long way. Okay, let's get here as fast as we can. Stupid fox. Uh-oh. No. We don't need to do any hunting. Oh, what's that? Oh, I remember that one. That's where we did that last quest, wasn't it?
Giddy up.
Yeah, this is the spot, alright.
Vio.
Yeah, we want to be taking a shortcut.
Onward.
Yeah, that's an arrow. I was killing a bear here. I got trapped under a rock. I could never get it back. Oh! Okay. What the? Yeah, the idiot wouldn't let me ride on the cart. Apparently I was too dirty.
Here. Onward.
Now again, into the season we'll try and get those wood sheds up because we don't want to be doing this tree cutting thing for too longer. We've got better things to do.
Onward.
We're home. Now, let's get to that season quickly.
Here. Here.
I do know there's a few, I think there's a few minor crops being done in the summer. Hang on. Can't Can't see a thing. Can't really put a ton of lights up here either.
Let's go. Wir.
Yeah, okay, we're down here.
Move on. Wir.
There we go. Right. Now the second we get up from the other season, we'll just have to organise and then we're good. Perfect. Now let's have a quick look. 45, blah blah blah. Okay. Let's go. Off to summer. I think I already paid taxes, didn't I? Yeah, I did. Now let's see. Stupid lighter.
Efficiency in this village starts to be a bit annoying.
Hopefully they don't have a quest. No, we're good. Now straight to the builder's hut. We'll get any damage done now. Fix this little thing here. We'll switch over the hunters to these cabins and get rid of the other ones outside. Yeah, I'll get you inside. There we go. Yeah, we'll have a good bit to do. We might finish them off, you know, decorate them, get them out of there. And then we'll move on. We'll gotta do a bit of shopping as well. And then we'll have the season to ourselves, really. Well, it already comes up with the deer's call. Cool. Right. Yeah, okay. Let's move these hunters over. Hang on, we'll move them in a second. I see, we've got no more dog. We'll get that in a second. Okay. Where are the hunters? I think I have 3 of them. I should have, or 4. Let's see. Hunting. No, there was only 3 I had. Okay. Get to those in a second. I'll just run up and make sure we get that builder. Fixing up that junk. I'll see, I'll make another entrance here and what I say we needed. The herbalist and the other hut, wasn't it? We needed 2 chicken coops as well. Or 1 at least. Maybe 1. Yeah, I've already got the beehive in here and the geese there. So I can get to the decorating on that later. Let's get this out of the way. Not enough resources. Sewing hut. I think we might be out of it for logs again. Are you kidding me? Yeah, logs. We used them. I better bring in some more guys to get logs. This is ridiculous. We can go on a shopping spree anyway, but that's ridiculous. Now let's see. Is there anyone new in here to deal with? No, same guys. Okay, we'll check and see if we have any new apprentices. No, it's pretty slow. Yeah, all guys. Literally all guys. Yeah, we're in trouble. That's the last batch of that generation. You know, within about 3 or 4 years. We're pretty much maxed out. Okay. We'll make a little bit of dob and we'll finish those other two. We're in deep trouble for wood. I might have to make a temporary, what's it called, a wood shed out here. Yeah, I think that's what I'll do. Where am I going to get the wood to build it? Oh, I'll be scrapping one thing out here anyway. Yeah, we'll have to make a temporary one. I'm going to be running out of buckets shortly as well. Very shortly. Okay. I think it's time I got rid of that one as well. Should be able to get about 100 logs a day, I'd say, from another couple of guys, probably. There, we need another one of those. Oh, that's nice. Okay, let's get 2 guys in straight away. Two of the miners, obviously. Now we'll go all out for logs. And let's see how many they'll bring in. Cool, they'll bring in a couple of 100 logs. 216. Yeah, okay. It's not too bad. Okay. Now, once we do a little shopping run, that one should sort us out. Yeah. Better let them deal with it themselves. Now, we need to get some stuff to sell. I think I already have enough tools, have I? Yeah, I've got tons of it. We'll get rid of the junk we have in our inventory. We'll clear out any buckets of milk and that junk we have from last season to sell. Then we're off. We'll buy some logs as well while we're out, but you won't get much. We're not going to get maybe 60, which will go nowhere. We'll take probably about... Oh, you wouldn't see 1,000 logs going into that fencing. Talking about maybe to finish it properly, maybe 2.5, I'd say. Those guys will get them out pretty quick. Now, That's it. I just pick up some food here and then we're good to go. We'll quickly do our rounds, gather up whatever we need, and then we'll really see if we can finish off the rest of the spots on this. We can leave the decorating part till a little later. We need to get the structure of it done. It's a lot of honeycomb. We'll leave it here for a while. No, come on. Yeah, we'll keep it at an even 100. Same with this. And I need to 168 and then we're good. Yeah, the hunter should be able to keep into the rest of it. And we're good to go. Yep. Now that's all the junk we have to sell. Let's do our little shopping run. This should be quick enough. We'll use the cart 100%. Okay, let me see if we get this lighter going here. Now when we get back, oh hang on, I think there is some crops that need to be done here. We'll just bring in a few guys, I suppose. Okay, we'll let those 4 guys do it. I'm not sure how much crops I take out in the summer. I see. Yeah, everything is okay. Right, let's go. We're as ready as we'll ever be. So when we get back, I'll finish that other one there. I'll do the fencing and all of that stuff, and you know, the other decorating a little later. There is going to be a bit of a problem. We need to do the other guys. Those 2 will be my first priority, the excavation sheds. I will probably put those somewhere along here in the center. And then the other 2 guys I need will be here. I'll put a road across here to diamond that off. I want to put a well here. And then I can do kind of decoration with flowers and stuff around that. And pretty much the same here. And then whatever crops I need and houses, well, that will be it. I will need some kind of a road here just to make it look like it's been bordered. If I could, I wouldn't mind coming down with a road here, but and then maybe at an angle. I wonder if that would work. That would be pretty decent. Yeah, I could bring a road off that. I'm just probably better off making an entrance here and going with that square thing, maybe. Getting 2 houses or something in there. Are the 2 things I need. We'll see. The ground is not exactly suitable. Okay. Right, let's go. Get this done as quickly. Oh, do you know what I noticed as well? Obviously, when you put a building or a tree in, it will the animals will stop spawning. The closest ones, you know, rabbits, deers, wolves, whatever the case may be. What I didn't realise is when I took some of the cabins out from here, the season after, they'll spawn back in again, which is cool. I thought it removed them forever. So basically, every season the game kind of resets, which would make it, let's say, a lot harder if you did have a bug in one season. Let's say an NPC didn't spawn or whatever the case may be. You pretty much get them the next season. Good way, actually. No, we won't be doing any of these. They're just radiant quests.
Hey ho! It's off to work I go.
Aye, come here, you. She was actually quite young when I came here to this one. No. Let's get rid of this junk before we do anything. Okay. That will do. No, we don't need any dyes or anything, I think. We might need a good bit of green dye, actually. Okay, we'll grab that while we're here.
How do you...
Yeah, just a green one. Just to make it a bit easier for me.
Take care.
We get through these guys as quick as we can. Now, I'm still not producing animal feed, but I did have a huge stockpile. I don't really want to buy any more. Once I get enough farmers in, I've got too much in storage. Yeah, we did need some of that, didn't we? I don't think I have any clay. Although I think I do. Nah, I won't take any of that. There, we take that one. Okay. Let's check. I think I'm already making clay. Yeah, that will do. Alright, that will definitely do. I'm almost sure I'm making clay. I am, yeah. And a lot of it as well. I'll have to stop that shortly. When I get back, I'll stop that and maybe tune it down to about 5%. Should be in the system in this where you could put in a limit to how much of the resources you could have, so the guys in the sheds would kind of, you know, stop collecting it at a certain point. Would be nice.
How trade is in my nature. It was nice seeing you.
It smells divine.
What can I... Another light.
Yeah, we'll check animal feed a little later, but I think we're okay. I can make a ton of it if I need to anyway.
to farewell. Hello?
Isn't it? Yeah, I found that. It is. It will actually put you asleep after a while. It's very relaxing. But the fact when you get involved in quests with this kitsune, it's all kind of reading dialogue, and there's a lot of it. It reminds me too much of the Creation Club. Yeah, if this had, maybe a little bit more to it, this would be a great game. This is a game I wouldn't mind giving, AAA prices if they kind of upped it a bit. But I don't know much about the devs who did this Render Cube. The guys who produced this was Toplets, I think. I know they did a similar one that, was not as well received as this.
What can I do? Best prices in the area.
The game is pretty decent. Oh, as far as I can see, the only developers making playable games these days are the so-called indie and two-star guys. The big guys, rubbish. It is, yeah. Yeah, I can to a certain amount. But if it goes on for 15 minutes, it gives me a headache. A lot of games make that. Yeah, AAA, it's toxic now. All you are is a wallet with thumbs, or churn out as much slop as it possibly can. And then if you complain about it, you're a toxic gamer, or crusty white gamer, or apparently if you complain about bad games, you're racist or something. Or a fascist, or... So, I don't know, the customer's alright, that seems to be, all gone. But for the life of me, I can't understand why devs working these companies would use official accounts, from the company to argue with players and call them names and, do stuff like that. They are, it's unfortunately all rubbish AI. Microsoft use, what is it, 30% of everything they do. I do know they've put tens, if not hundreds of billions into AI so far. This can be a problem. I think about 30% of their coding, they said, is done now by AI. If you ask, the guys really into AI, the guys who created this, it's not the greatest at coding. It tends to make a lot of redundant systems and, too many things doing the one thing, if you know what I mean. Kind of overcompensates. Yeah. Absolutely, I think they did a good job. But if you were to name one thing that would be first to fall when the AI gets good enough, and that's games. The AAA companies will take everyone out of the equation. The AI will write the quests, do everything. I definitely don't think it's there yet. The amount of bloat getting AI to do code. From what I've read, I know zero about it, But from what I've read about it, it's a complicated little thing, The only thing AI seems to be any good for when they put it to a test is trying to save its own backside, like something from a Terminator Judgment Day kind of thing, if you were to believe it. Yeah, but it's inevitable. Like any empire, when it gets too big, too bloated and too corrupted, will fail. And with every corporation, you'll see the same thing. It's usually a combination of being too big, too corrupted, outdated, greedy, and complacent. Yeah. You've seen this back in the day with, you remember Blockbusters? Yeah, they were controlling everything. Then Netflix came along and took them out. And then somebody will eventually take out Netflix. Yeah, basically, yeah. But like Microsoft have stated 1,000 times that that when they're doing this, their obligations are not to people buying the games. Their obligations are to stockholders, which gives them a nice bump in stocks and that kind of thing. Doesn't mix well, It's anything that generates a lot of money, whether it be Hollywood or whatever the case may be, it doesn't make a difference. Like gaming for the longest time flew under the radar, Kitsune, out of the attention of corporations because, they were making decent money, but not enough to get these guys interested. When it started going into billions, then yeah, they were pretty much in there. But they're totally out of sync. And Microsoft, let's say now, doing this, well, that's if they keep their word. That's a big if. This so-called hybrid console that can play PC games, maybe triple the price of the one we're paying now, which is beside the point. I don't think they know what they're getting into, in a sense. Steam have been around a long time, a couple of decades, and apparently, talking to people and whatever, they really like Steam. They're more player-friendly kind of thing, I suppose, even though they do get a lot of criticism. Going up against Steam, I don't know, to be honest. Maybe they might be able to pull some of the custom away, but will Microsoft be able to hold it together even if they are a success at the start? Well, there's nothing much in the records to show this. They were doing pretty good off the 360, and they got too complacent and thought they were too big, and they messed it up. They're starting to make ground again after 20 years, let's say with Game Pass. They messed that up. Now they're pretty much given up on consoles, and now they want to break into the PC market. I don't know. I can't see, yeah. Yeah. I don't know, is monopoly the right word? You've got GOG, you've got Epic, you've got Ubisoft. A monopoly literally means that you can only go there. I don't know if monopoly is the right word. People tend to call Steam a monopoly. Now, I've never played on Steam. I don't know zero about Steam. But looking at it from my perspective, I do know Steam would probably 70% of gaming will go through Steam. I think it's more a case of people going there because they trust Steam more. I think it's a matter of trust. I think this is where the console guys are failing. They've got some good policies, let's say, to protect you. You can change your games or whatever, I think, within a certain amount of time. I think the reason why they're getting so many there, not so much that they're monopoly, more that people trust them more. Yeah. But I've heard that word before about Steam monopoly. But, there's tons of other places you can buy PC games, but people will choose Steam. So, I think they're successful. The word has been thrown around a lot because, some devs will call Steam a monopoly. Probably didn't get the deals they wanted. Sounds kind of disgruntled, I suppose. And I've never even heard another company call them a monopoly. It's always kind of internet reporters and stuff, I suppose. I don't know if monopoly would be the word I would use. But I think it's a fair, well, from what I've heard from people and what I've read, it's a fair system. Yeah, this is something that I suppose corporations like Microsoft or Sony will never understand. Or even if they understand, they don't want to treat you with respect. They want to get as much money from you as they possibly can. So it's going to be hard to treat you with respect in that sense. But they'll all ultimately fail if they keep going the way they're going. Microsoft did take a step in the right direction, let's say. So if they're going to make a console that we'll have more freedom on. But I think it's too little too late, to be honest. When they came out with this series of games, that would have been probably their last chance to do something like that. Maybe. And still keep going with this and go with the other one if you wanted to get something more expensive, maybe. But, you remember me saying this, I've been saying it for years, about Game Pass being a bad idea, especially with Microsoft. Once they think that they've cornered the market, now, these are two companies that are looking to create a monopoly. I don't think Steam, because as far as I know, Steam is not a kind of investor, shareholder kind of thing. I think there's one guy, isn't it? But whenever he passes away and whoever else gets that, yeah, Steam could be a problem. Yeah, it could be just as bad, I suppose. But Microsoft want to be a monopoly. Absolutely. But they abandoned it. Yeah, it doesn't work out. Not only what would happen there, you had a Game Pass and you obviously weren't getting the numbers, getting the money you need, let's say, from people who want to buy games, so you're going to up the price of that. That's pretty toxic. So a lot of people won't buy the games, which means they'll have to up the price again. It's a vicious circle. Not to mention developers that would have to maybe have their games like that, wouldn't get as much money. And what would happen then is money would get tight, so games companies then would, let's say, not be making games, let's say, that they might consider to be a bit risky. That would stifle that. You know what I mean? And it's a vicious circle. Steam Cafe, they still have it. It's a phone, nice. But other companies have been saying this for years, that this kind of Game Pass thing on any platform is absolutely ruining the industry. Me myself, I have no problem if I like a game to pay for it, or whatever the case may be. But games are kind of way too expensive. If they, settle for a reasonable amount of profit and some more, something like, let's say, what Steam would do, but yeah, Steam would be the way to go. Whether Steam will stay that way always, it's another thing, Probably, yeah. And then Microsoft, which I didn't know, they sold dev kits. I think this is the smaller companies. What a dev kit is, I don't know. It's probably something got to do with coding or whatever. And I think it was $1,500. They raised that up to 2,000, which doesn't seem like a lot. Another 500, but apparently this is a kind of make or break situation for people, indie devs trying to make games or whatever. So there's that. And then the 30% return they want on the games from Game Pass, which it's crazy. Yeah. Or something, yeah. The whole renting thing, it will destroy gaming. And I've been preaching this one for years, that it's a corporation's dream to not sell you a game, for you to own nothing, zero. And every time you want to play, you've either got to join their silly Game Pass thing and pay like $30-40 a month, or you've got to pay every time you play. Like, take for instance, you buy Skyrim, let's say, back in the day. You've got that forever. You play it as much and or as little as you want. Imagine if you had to pay every time you wanted to play that game, or have a subscription to play it. That game would cost you a lot of money by now. Was supposed to solve cable, but it just started a new cable. Yeah. Well, in the beginning, that Netflix was pretty okay. It was like $6 or $7, and you could give accounts out to your family. It was pretty decent. But as soon as they had enough people watching, it's what now? It's like 20, 25 or something. Um, and you know, if you want to add someone to your account, you've got to pay again. That's the way it goes, you know. The more money they get, the more they want. It always starts off that way. Like even BGS and you know, Epic and all of those guys, or you know, the other games companies that would be considered pretty toxic. You know, they started off something like that. But once they got enough money, greed is a terrible thing. But it's nothing new. It happens across all businesses. The only way to stop something like that is stop buying the products, you know. But back in the beginning, Netflix had its own way, if you know what I mean. Oh yeah, you know, it had no real competition. Now they've got Disney and you've got all those other guys as well. And then that spending spree they went on making stupid TV series like they ruined The Witcher. I don't think I ever forgive them for that. You know? I think Netflix might have overextended a bit. They spent a lot. Disney is brutal. Yeah, I heard Walt Disney's granddaughter or something kind of running down the business now, but you know, they would have been out of it. You know, if she did own some stock on that, I'd even be surprised. That now is pretty much like, you know, where McDonald's started off as a kind of family business and then now it's just a big corporate entity. You know, purchased by businessmen and hedge funds and stuff like that. Yeah, they did. But it's not that long before they got into the ideology kind of thing. You know, they were massively bad to their employees. I remember watching a documentary, and if it's true, it's disgraceful. You know, it would even be disgraceful in a third world country. But like employees crying because, you know, they had to choose between, you know, paying their rent or paying for food. Employees sleeping in their car in a car park at Disneyland to come into work, that kind of stuff. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, yeah. But the sci-fi movies, you see, Kitsune, you know, let's say the stuff they used to make in the 80s and 70s about corporations, and let's say there was no more governments, no more kings, no more monarchy. It was all corporations. Much like the kind of cyberpunk thing, you know, where one corporation would kind of have control of one area and they would have corporation wars and that. Yeah, they're kind of running it as it is, aren't they? It's all about money and power. You know? Like, I don't think anyone would criticize anyone for trying to make some money. Or even to a certain extent, as much money as they could. I don't know, I think there's limits, isn't there? What you're prepared to do to get that.
Is a bit closer. I'll have best prices in the area.
Oh, this is not surprising to me, or I think to anyone, really. Yeah, it was always going to be an issue at some stage.
Goodbye, dear.
But an interesting move from Microsoft, to be honest. You know, encroaching on the PC thing a little bit too much. Well, odds are that will be an epic fail, I suppose. But you never know. They have something else up their sleeve. It displays its corruption. Star Trek is like a bunch of hippies. Yeah, the way it should be. Yeah. Yeah, the kind of thing where, let's say, if they came up with a power source that was free, you know, and no pollution, that they would use it for the good of mankind. Where in the future, that people didn't need to work, technology did all that, and they were free to pursue their pleasures. If they wanted to become an artist, they wouldn't be doing it for money; they'd be doing it for kind of self-fulfillment and satisfaction. It is definitely a utopia, but as human beings, we'll never live that way. Even if an alien species dropped down from another planet that says, "Look, we can do this for you," you know, uh, it's like that thing in the Matrix. Remember, where the guy said, we had a utopia where everyone was okay, and you just rebelled against it. You needed a rat race, you needed this kind of stuff. Pretty much, yeah. Where that Mr. Smith was talking, you remember? Yeah, we can't do nice stuff. Yeah, can't do that. We need to feel that we're better than others, I suppose. And if everyone is treated the same, that's not going to be very good for our ego, I suppose. The whole thing of equal, even though you'll see it in a lot of literature, what we preach and what we strive to be is something that we're ever incapable of doing. On the individual basis, yeah, there's some people that would go with that. I think the vast majority would sell out pretty quickly. It's like if you living beside a guy and he's a stand-up kind of guy, and all of a sudden he wins a lotto or something, gets a ton of money, and then he's a jerk kind of thing. That kind of stuff. All of a sudden he's better than everyone else. Greetings, and hi Agro, how are you? We were just talking about Disney there and how they're going sideways. But most companies are, Agro, to be honest. Focused on money and wallet fleecing. So how have you been?
Danisa copied our name.
Right, let's get this one done. Yeah, we're just collecting some stuff here. We're doing our last settlement on the valley map in this. You're probably familiar with the game. So we're doing a large settlement. We got the DLC where we can plant trees. And we're seeing if the Unreal Engine will... We'll see how much abuse it can take.
St. John, anyway. How do you do?
Now, okay. I'll get rid of that one anyway for starters. There we go. We'll just collect all our cash and then we'll be good. We're getting a small bit of a performance hit back at the base, but yeah, it's not too bad considering.
Best goods in the realm.
If this was the likes of the Fallout 4 game back in the day, I'd know exactly how much abuse it could take. Probably down to about 10 items. But I'm not that familiar with the Unreal Engine. So far it seems to be pretty decent, you know?
Good luck.
But then again, this is... it's a pretty light game, let's say, on... out from its graphics, let's say, it's simple enough. So it will give us a little bit more room, I suppose.
How are you?
Oh, we just gotta do this quickly and then we'll get back. But yeah, Kitsune, apparently Microsoft ordered Xbox down. They needed, I think it's a 30% return on all of that stuff they have, which is kind of strange, to be honest. Apparently the industry average is something like 17.5, I think, to 22%. And then for the really massive juggernaut games, you know, like Elden Ring, Baldur's Gate and that, might be more like 25-ish maybe. So expecting all of the junk they push from Game Pass to reach certain targets. Madness. Absolute madness. That it's, what, Xbox just sacked, what, 9,000 people or something, so that will cut down costs a bit. Yeah, they've always been. You know, the games are overpriced and they're rubbish. And it's very predatory. It's always been. The old thing that Microsoft would say, oh, well, we're selling the consoles at a loss. We're subsidizing them, so we need to get our money back. I was looking at a thread where somebody was complaining about No Man's Sky. He said, you know, why do I need a Game Pass to do multiplayer? Now, these Xbox ambassadors, you know, these shields that work for Xbox, probably ordinary people that like to work for free for a corporation. I don't know, maybe they think they're getting clout from it. Now, instead of being, you know, a human being and being nice about it, yeah, they were pretty rude. They said, oh, well, you know, what do you expect? You're getting these consoles at a loss, and they got to make their money back, and they gaslighted them, and they were pretty rude. I would have telling them where to go, to be honest. I thought it was very unusual. I myself, let's say, you know, had some problems with Microsoft and their policies. They're pretty toxic. And they license the software for a fee. Then they charge a fee for printing the logos, a fee for multiplayer. Then they have fees for discs, fees for marketplace. Now they want 30% of the sales in the games. Correct, yeah. Yeah, we're still playing it. Yeah, I always play for 6 hours, Q-tip. Especially now, since I'm only streaming 3 days a week. Yeah, but we pretty much knew it anyway, Kidson. You know, we thought the spending spree was over when they spent, what, 7-8 billion on BGS? Which was a good shot for it, to be honest. BGS has been flailing for a long time. Then they gave, what, 70-something, nearly 80 billion for that other company. That's Call of Duty and whatever the case may be. So, yeah, they want to get their money back. What they would like to do is probably within the next 5 years or so, to probably, you know, recoup all of that money and start to make what they would call some real money. So we'll get to the stage that you probably need a mortgage to play a game. Yeah. But as long as there's places like Steam and, you know, as long as there's you know, the decent developers, let's call them, that make good games, maybe not as flashy, they've got a problem there. I'm still trying to work out, you know, what their angle is with a hybrid console, because we're talking about a company that wants to go up against the PC gaming and probably Steam, that seem to be doing everything right, and you know, these guys can't even make an app correct for Xbox. It'll be an interesting thing to see. Yeah. Well, that's an old story I've heard a lot. Well, there might not be much profit, or maybe even zero profit, but when you buy a game, let's say an old game on Xbox that will cost you $50, when you can pick it up for free on Steam or $5, there's a lot of money to be made. Once they have you in that ecosystem that's probably 10 times more expensive than anywhere else, not to mention that they've pretty much tracking everything you do, selling your information on. They've already been fined massive amount of money by the FTC or something, is it? the US guys. What was it? Couple of 100 million because they sold some information from Xbox for kids. Yeah. I know because I actually got a message from Microsoft. Oh, that's okay. No problem. That's good to hear. My reputation in Ireland was due to the fact that everyone there is red-haired. Nah, it's not most common. There's areas, all right, let's say, that would have some ginger-haired people. But if we're going by population and percentage, I would say about maybe 1/10 of 1%. Yeah, and I think that's even overdoing it. That would be 1 in 1,000. Maybe. Yeah, it's actually there's probably more of a ratio in the likes of Scotland, but it is a kind of a Celtic kind of thing, you know. But yeah, I suppose compared to other European countries, there would be more. But it all depends. You know, maybe in some of the smaller villages where there was a few prominent families that have been there for centuries, you know, that gene would be there. But I have relatives that have red hair. But let's say, I'd say maybe 1 out of every 300 people might have reddish hair. Maybe a little bit more, but no, not everyone. Far from it. It's the same as anywhere else. You know, the kind of brown hair would be prominent and, you know, a certain percentage black. Very few that would be blonde. And then you've got, you know, people with the kind of reddish hair. There's different shades, obviously. More would be bright. Probably the rarest would be the really dark red. And that would be more of a family thing, really. Genetics. But I was talking to someone, Agro, and, you know, I eventually posted my my picture on Discord, you know, with my doggos, and he was saying that he kind of imagined me to be red-haired with a large beard, like a Viking or something. But it's, yeah, you know, you will get that. I haven't worn a beard in probably almost 40 years.
Ah, you have returned.
Well, there is a lot of
Day.
let's say Viking heritage here. They ran this country for, they were here for about 3-4 centuries, I think. Founded our capital city and most of our cities, let's say, near the coast. My name in Gaelic, let's say, would be a reference to Vikings. But then, obviously, I go by an anglicised version of that, you know. So a lot of Viking blood in the UK and in Ireland as well. More so maybe here because I think for 2 centuries after they were banished, let's say, from the UK, from Britain, or England, what it was called at the time, I think, they held out here for another 2 centuries before we eventually pushed them out as well. I think that was at the Battle of Clontarf. Yeah, I think it was. That was where Ivar the Legless was killed. He would have been a son of Ragnar, a pretty famous Viking, who was referenced, I think, as well in Skyrim. Yeah, he was killed outside of Dublin. For the longest time, historians thought he was called Ivar the Legless because he was drunk, but apparently he had a genetic disease where he was born with no bones in his legs. Apparently the Vikings would carry him around on a shield. Now usually the Vikings would euthanize deformed babies, but because of who he was, let's say, and his position, let's say, they let him live. They were pretty Spartan in that sense. But I remember we uncovered a large Viking settlement here. That was about 20 years ago. They were digging it up. And let's say they found a lot of Viking suicides. You know, once we started pushing them out, there was a few of them trapped. So they euthanized their wives and kids and stuff, bury them, and then probably killed themselves or died in battle or whatever the case may be. They knew there was going to be massive reprisals, obviously. They would be treated as they treated other people. And I think on one of the skulls they found a carving, a rune carving. And apparently, roughly translated, and this was on, you know, when they euthanized one of their family members, better this way, I think was rough translation. You know, a quick death, let's say. But their usual punishment would be they would break your arms and your legs, and they'd bury you in they'd chuck you into an open grave and just leave you there to die. Not a nice way to go. But their time was pretty limited. You know, they didn't do any siege warfare or anything like that. They were more of a kind of a raider, kind of hit and run kind of gang. And they were forced, let's say, to look for new lands. They weren't organised like the Romans. But empire never lasts anyway. It gets too big and bloated. You see, our capital, Dublin, in English, Baile, Clien, Celtic, or Irish, let's say, and the Vikings called it, in their language, Divina. I think that had its 1,000-year anniversary back in 1988. So it would have been founded in about 988. Oh, long before Great Britain. Long before Great Britain. Well, you had, the prime example would be the Roman Empire. The Greeks had a good bit at one stage. Genghis Khan, the Turks, yeah. It gets too bloated, too corrupt, and when it starts to weaken, then it has too many enemies. It's pretty much the same with empire and corporations. When something gets too big, it just never lasts. You know, no empire lasts forever. You know, before the Second World War, let's say the world's economy, let's say, would have been centered around Great Britain. You know, its currency would have been used as the kind of backup currency in banks and stuff. Then, let's say, because of the war and the cost and the kind of damage in that, it pretty much moved then, let's say, to the American dollar would have been the kind of prop up, kind of reserve currency for banks. That seems to be waning. I've been watching stocks and stuff on that. That's been waning a lot. And unfortunately it's kind of pushing more now, let's say, towards the Chinese, which might be a problem. But if your reserve currency, let's say, you know, if your currency is the reserve currency, it gives you a lot of power. You know what I mean? So these banks all around the world would have your currency as a reserve. So they would buy that money off you and, you know, kind of use it. So if you were borrowing, let's say, if your reserve currency in other banks, let's say if they were using it, let's say it's let's say $1 trillion. Well, that's $1 trillion that you wouldn't have to borrow. You know, so it's a good situation. It does have definitely does have its benefits. Big time, yeah. Well, in the UK as well, yeah. 700, that's a long time. Oh, absolutely, yeah. There always has been, yeah. Now, obviously, the Vikings that were here, obviously after, I think they were here like 400 years or something like that. I'm not quite sure. But, you know, they would have been pretty much Irish after a while. Obviously, they'll have their culture and heritage and that, but, you know, they would, you know, obviously there would be a lot of intermarriage and stuff like that. It was pretty much the same, let's say, with the Normans, you know. You had the Cows, and then from the Cows they're Normans. You know, there's a lot of Norman names in my family. But it was a pretty standard thing in Europe, you know. Yeah. Pretty standard thing. And then, let's say, in Wales and Scotland, you have the pigs. You know. Well, the way it worked out is, let me see, before the Normans, what were they called again? There was another crowd there that were kind of pushed out. The Normans pushed them out. That would have been around the same time that the Vikings actually founded Dublin, around the 10th century. Oh, I'll remember the names anyway. Then you had the Normans, obviously. Then we actually had two occupations here. We were occupied by the UK for, I think, 700 years. I think it was around the time... I think it was some religious war. Some Catholic king or whatever the case may be, but they basically occupied everything. And obviously after a couple of centuries, those occupiers, you know, kind of blended in and whatever. Then there was another upset, let's say, around the Reformation. This would have been with the likes of Oliver Cromwell, where he named himself Lord Protector. Those occupiers didn't want to move. And then there was another invasion again to replace those. But I do remember there was one large city here that held out, and that was Drogheda. And that would have been about 70 miles, I think, or more outside Dublin. It was a walled city. And it took Cromwell a long time to, you know, batter down the walls and whatever the case may be. But he was very, very ticked off about it. So what he did was, he killed every last man, woman, child, cat, dog, everything, as an example to anyone that would use siege warfare against him. I think in retaliation there was a couple of attacks on British settlements here, and something similar was done. And he cried that out as disgraceful and, well, their kind of speak that time, I think, for terrorism. But it didn't matter if you supported the holdout or whatever. He literally made an example of everyone. It was a cruel time indeed. Cromwell was a strange character. I do know when they eventually got to Limerick City, they dragged out the Lord Mayor and hung him in the street. But this was pretty much empire at the time. This went on in a lot of countries. But I think we've come a long way since that. This was a time that was absolutely fueled by madness, and especially religious madness. We're kind of getting there again, we must be pretty careful. You know? Like, take for instance the likes of Jonathan Swift, probably most noted to be the writer of Gulliver's Travels, but was also an archdeacon. He was Archdeacon of Ireland at the time. It is very, very easy. You have to see the big picture. Hard to understand here, you know, but, you know, everyone knows that living in the past, someone has no future. And I don't believe in original sin. It's silly to do so. Because no matter what country you go to, at some stage in history they, you know, probably trying to take advantage of someone. These people are all dead and gone. And there's no way that, you know, people should be held responsible. You judge people on what they do today. You know. It's like if you were walking down the street and let's say your great granddad was a serial killer and you were held responsible for that. It makes no sense. These people are dead and gone. They were just like greedy corporations that didn't care what it took to get power and money. You know, we're still dealing with it now. In another way. There's always been, hasn't there, in one way or another. We used to live in monarchy, everywhere really, where, you know, you had one absolute leader that could do whatever he wanted to do. Sometimes it kind of works if you get, you know, a king in place, and he's for the greater good of the people. And, you know, a country will, you know, prosper. But because of a monarchy line, you know, his son coming in, or he gets assassinated and he's cousin, or he dies and it's his cousin. So you're at the whim of one man. It's never a good situation. Democracy is not perfect, but it's the best form we have so far. But democracy is even beginning to slip because, you know, there's too much corruption and there's too much self-serving. So that needs a little adjustment again, I think. It has been adjusted from time to time. So I think it's time to work on that again. But you do need democracy, you do need, obviously, free market, you need all of that stuff. But I don't know. If you're using the free market, let's say, to extort people for more money, I think there should be a limit. You know? If the corporation still lives, there's always going to be corporations of some sort. Corporations just when it gets to a certain size, you know. We can buy, let's say, not playing their games. Well, when I say games, I don't mean it literally. I mean, you know, if they're toxic with something, is just don't give them your business. Money is the lifeblood of any corporation. Cutting that off will end that, and it will be an example to other ones as well. So previous crimes of a country can still be prosecuted. That's a grey area, isn't it? Yeah, governments of the world will be forgiving ourselves. Yeah, it is a sticky situation. Well, all historical crimes would have been from a country. Now remember the situation. If a government did something nasty, which probably every government has done at some stage in their history, the guys that are in government now, you're basically again blaming them for something that they didn't do. It's basically, I suppose, due to policies and a lot of other stuff, but it is definitely a complicated situation. But I think, kind of moving on, and that, is there still racism and stuff from colonialism in the world? Of course there is. If there wasn't colonialism, we'd be racist for something else. It's always going to be there. I've seen it used as a weapon sometimes. Most countries, and to a certain extent all countries, you know, have done shameful things. But you know, back in medieval times, or whatever the case may be, this was a pretty standard practice. And it doesn't excuse it now, but we're looking at it with, you know, the eyes of people from 2025. If you were looking at this, let's say at 1525, this would be pretty normal, you know. It wasn't so long ago, you know, that we were living in caves, you know, killing each other with spears, you know, for a rock, you know. I've lived here for 22 years. I've never seen a ruler other than Putin. It's like a mad monarchy. Oh my, that is a pity. But eventually things will change, aggro. Yeah. Eventually things will change. And when it does change, it's important to keep it, to keep it right. Things we are doing today are very well. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, it's still going on. Absolutely, it's still going on. A lot more hidden, maybe, and less open. You know how this is done? This is done for power and money, or in, that kind of stuff. There's always something behind it, and there's always power. It's always been that way. This is something will never change. Yeah, technically, even though there's only one correct answer, and it's still, classed as a democracy. Well, for want of a better word, yes. The idea is sound. The application, not so much. It's not transparent enough. They've been eroding the laws slowly, with amendments here and there, soon. And what they've been doing is that they've been granting themselves more and more power. The ideal situation would be is to rewrite the books again, but it would take a massive uprising to do so. As I said before, if a politician has been found guilty and it's been proven that he has committed a felony in office, he should go to jail for the maximum amount of time and be banned from politics forever. If there should be no corporate contributions to government, and there should be a cap on all contributions of maybe a maximum of $500 per person. So that way you have politicians in place that instead of being beholden to corporations, they're now beholden to the public to get their donations. The public that they swore to serve in the first place. That's the only way. Getting that to happen, that's going to be hard to do, because the guys in power now, and the system suits them really well. And I do believe that the resources of a country belong to its people. I think, let's say, if you're living in a state in the US and, or there's some offshore stuff found, or whatever country you're in, if there's natural resources there, I think the government should take that over, let's say, and the profit from that to plough back into the country, into healthcare, education and infrastructure, or to sell it at a very reduced cost for the citizens of that country to help the economy. And then what profit is from that would be still going in. I think 100% of that should be going back into the country. I don't think it should be leased out to a foreign or a private company for a song for a 99-year lease, and then they'll start bragging that they made 100 jobs from it. And then within 6 months they make their money back and they start extorting a country. Saying that, we're not beholden to a government. We're doing this, for our stock prices. It's pretty much like, someone raiding your fridge and, charging you for the food within. If resources can be owned, I think it's the citizens of the country that, and not foreign or private companies should be taking that one. Some things like that would help, but they'll never come to be. They'll never come to be. But remember, it can always get worse.
Hello there.
My wares never disappoint.
I think one of the most classic examples of
Good luck.
the rise of corporations and stuff, and their influence, on what we do, let's say, out from the products we sell would be very apparent in the history, especially in economic books. Take, for instance, the biggest economy, let's say the US. Um, at one stage, I think in the 70s, I think I've said this a few times, I think 2/3 of federal revenue was actually taxes from corporations. If we fast forward here now to today, oh yeah, 2/3 was from corporations and 1/3 from tax-paying citizens. Now that's reversed. Now it's 2/3 from tax-paying citizens and 1/3 from corporations. Even though corporation profits for most companies have probably magnified by 100 times. You know, that's definitely something to look at. The past 5 years I've been saying, hang on, something's not right. Yeah. So yeah, you're from Australia. Ah. Yeah, so that would have been what, around the 1990s? Yeah. We've had this change here from the 90s as well. That's strange. Yeah, we've had a kind of a shift. Yeah, that's been kind of slowly playing out.
Welcome. Crisis in the area.
Well, it is a complicated situation. All different countries, obviously, but have different problems.
Good luck.
Oh, I'm not claiming to know the answer, but it's a system that people are definitely not happy with. You know.
How do
But as I said, a good start would be, you know, a good start would be here, for instance. There was a ton of politicians literally caught with their hand in the cookie jar, taking bribes. They never did a day in jail. In fact, they actually got promoted. So, it would be nice as a start to see them treated like everyone else. That would be a good start. We have minerals that are paying mining companies to remove, and so is paying to get them removed. Yeah, with subsidies and stuff. This is what I'm talking about. I've seen this starting here, let's say since around the 90s as well. Strange. One of the classic examples would be the oil field of Cork, of Cobe, and the protests that were there because of it. It doesn't make sense. So you would say, you know, why would government officials sell billions and billions and billions of dollars of oil to some foreign company for peanuts? You know, where's the logic in that? Well, I suppose if you look into the big picture, much like lobbying, you know, maybe they might get a nice cushy job there later, or, you know, a nice contribution to their campaign. So basically, they're selling out their voting citizens for pennies. And not only selling out to citizens, but selling out generations of them. You could look at it that way as well. Yeah. Yeah. When it was possible to exist, or more or less, for, yeah. It's like if you were to pay me to take your gold off your hands, and your kids are screaming at you, "Stop! You're taking my gold." Yeah, but you got to kind of look at this. You know, what's the end game? Why would they do something so silly? See, we look at it logically. But if you were the guy, let's say, handing over everyone else's gold, but you were taken care of at the cost of millions of people, if you were the kind of guy that would be just caring about, you know, yourself, it would kind of make sense in that way, wouldn't it? Let me tell you one story that kind of sums up what I'm talking about. Let's say when we were, let's say, not long in the EU, there's a kind of fund going, and it's a pretty good fund. What the EU would do is they would give you a pile of money. You would use it for infrastructure, internet, stuff like that, to attract companies, and they would keep ploughing that money in until you got up to a certain level. And then when your economy really took off, then you would start kind of paying in as well, helping other countries. Kind of like a credit union, you know, where anyone that would join then that would need help, you'd kind of help them until they get up on their feet, and then would join the crew and help others, the kind of thing. And then when it all evens out, you'd all pay into a fund, and that's kind of used for certain things. This was a kind of way which used to go. But my county got, I think it wasn't much for a small project, but I think it was like 50 or 60 million. This was back in the 90s, so it was a good bit of money at the time. Well, it's a good bit of money now, but definitely at the time. And it was to be used for an infrastructure project, and it was a large kind of dual carriageway motorway section. But the money, the funds had to be used, let's say, started to be used within 12 months or something, or 2 years or something like that. But if the money wasn't used, it would be sent back, obviously, to the EU funds. But this went on for years and years and years, and apparently the money wasn't used. It was sent back to the EU, and the local county here then had to raise taxes to pay for the project, when they had the money all along and wouldn't use it, and then it went back, and then the citizens here had to pay. And we were all trying to work it out. You know, this is beyond incompetence, it's beyond stupid. So, of course, you know, I'm very skeptical of everything, and I was trying to think of a way that, you know, how would this benefit you as an individual? And then I just realized the system once. I did a little bit of digging. When they send the county the money, they have the money in a bank account. And then, when they got to give it back, they give back the exact same amount back to the EU. So if you got 60 million, you put it in the bank account, you left it there without touching it for 3 or 4 years, you've got a ton of interest from investment and whatever on it, you just give back the original 60, and you've got what, probably maybe 5 or 6 million that you can kind of share out with your buddies. Not to mention probably, you know, a backhander from some bank for, you know, yeah, that's the only way I could make any sense of it. Now, I can't prove this, or there's no literature on it. This is just me being paranoid. That's the only way I could see money being made off that. So would you think I'm on the right track? Nothing else makes sense to me. They must have been siphoning the interest. Yeah, that's what happened. And then if they probably used it on the project, if they ran out after 60 million, they'd say, okay, where's the rest of the money? And they'd say, what rest of the money? Well, you had it in there for a year. There should have been 3 or 4 more million. So no explanations, no nothing, just get back to 60, end of story. Obviously, there was people paid off. But I can't prove that, obviously. This is just my theory. That's what I'm thinking. Now, this wasn't in the papers, no one was caught for doing it, nobody even mentioned it. It's just me being paranoid. Probably, yeah. They made money some way, which involved obviously not touching the money. Yep, I think so. Now, then you can go, let's say, to when they wanted to charge us for water. Now, apparently this is nearly in every country where you pay for water. This was a big thing during the 70s. We refused. Here, water is a human right. We already pay our taxes. Yeah. No, you can use it as collateral as well. There's so many ways you could use it. Yeah. But eventually what they did, the government did, was they still forced us. They put the extra money they wanted for water onto vehicle tax, road tax. So we had no choice. Because if we didn't pay for road tax, we would, you couldn't drive a car. You needed to drive a car. So they added that tax onto road tax. So we wound up paying for the water anyway. So fast forward maybe 4 decades later, they said to everyone, oh, we're putting in water meters, we're charging you per litre for water. And people were saying, hang on, we've already been paying for water through our taxes, literally, on taxes and on vehicle tax. Oh, we don't know what you're talking about. But there was massive protests here, and I remember outside of one building, a politician trying to get she wouldn't get out of her car because apparently she was intimidated by the large crowd. Listen to this. This is about as close as a dictatorship as you're going to get. So she was in her car waiting outside. She said she was afraid to get out of her car. There was too many protesters. Oh, fair enough. That's her right to feel afraid if she wants to. So the cops showed up, arrested all the protesters, which is perfectly legal, and charged them with false imprisonment. Yep. Of course, it was thrown out of court, but they were kind of saying, well, this is what's going to happen to you if you peacefully protest. So the police here have always been an extension of the state, and they do swear an oath to the Constitution, but I've yet to see them keep it. They are at best oath breakers. But, there's a lot of good things about here as well. You know what I mean? These are just isolated. I'm practically cherry picking. But, I've been to a lot of other countries, and we're even still now in a much better place. But what I'm saying is, as this thing goes on, Kitsune, obviously we'll keep sliding backwards, and it's not backwards we should be going. It should be forwards. People can get complacent. Safer cities, well, they are. And who's paramilitary? Is that they are civilians?
How do you need anything? It was nice seeing you.
Greetings.
So basically what I'm saying is, even if things are okay where you are, if you let little things slide by, eventually it gets from bad to worse. Just picking away, and before you know it, you're in trouble. The police! Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, well, we're talking about the police. Yeah, they're here. It's so very different. You see,
Be safe.
Irish people travel a lot, so they've got a lot to compare to. Kitsune, I've been to probably, where I've spent some time, probably 12 countries, 24 countries, easy, and spent a bit of time there. In other countries, maybe not so long, but enough to see the systems and that. So this country it's okay. It's better than some. And how could I put this? The police force here, they're very, very unprofessional. Like, I remember in Germany, I was getting some soda in a garage. Police kind of pulled in, they were armed. Apparently over there they carry guns. And I was parked kind of funny. I didn't kind of know the rules, and the guy came over to me, and I felt kind of intimidated, very good English. So he said, I said, I'm sorry to bother you. He said, could you kind of park your car a little this way. Oh, I said, my apologies, I didn't know the system. Yeah, he said, it's, you know, where are you from? And I told him, not as an interrogation, just as a kind of polite kind of conversation. You know, we're having a conversation for a while, and he said, no, my apologies. No, I said, it's my fault, I should have known. So I kind of parked in where I was supposed to. I couldn't read the signs and stuff. And apparently it might have been for them or whatever the case may be. But, you know, very nice, very professional. If that happened in my country, it would be almost like going up against a nightclub bouncer, where you'd walk over to this guy, you know, this guy would walk towards you and you'd have an attitude problem, you know, looking down at you like you were beneath him, kind of thing. Almost like a kind of gang thing. They're very, very unprofessional. Now, obviously, they're pretty careful. You know, if they're dealing with tourists or anything that might have a backlash, it's a different story. But they're not very professional. I must say that. I must be truthful. Yeah, that's how we find it here. Depends on who you are. You know. You know, if you're known to be, you know, big into politics, or you've got, you know, a rich family or whatever that you shouldn't mess with, obviously you'll be treated with respect. But you're just fodder for, you know. Our police force has a reputation for protecting the wrongdoings of its force, the so-called Thin Blue Line. But that really hurts the reputation of other officers that are there to uphold the law. Not only that, but it attracts the wrong kind of recruits. Hang on, I'm a bully, and you know, I've got mental problems, but you know, I'm too weak, let's say, to impose my power. So I'll just join this organization and I'll do whatever I want to, and they'll protect me, and you know, I'll justify my existence on this planet. So not only are you corrupting the police force, but you're attracting the wrong kind of people. There needs to be something done about that. Well, we really went to a bad start, you know, when we formed our police force. And this was back in 1922, after independence, in 1922. But Michael Collins did it. But what he did was, he hired a ton of ex-police force officers that worked for the British while they were here. Now, that might not sound so bad, but the problem was, you were dealing with an imperial force here, let's say. They would bring people in and they would torture them and do stuff like that. So, if this was the Second World War, that would have been considered a Vichy. You know, we would be trying them for treason. But no, they rehired them into the police force, and you would say, why would you do that? Well, these guys took orders. Whatever dirty job you wanted done, these guys would do it. So they were a perfect tool for a government. Stuff like that led to a civil war here. Unfortunately, the guys, you know, that wanted to do these things won. And they were backed actually by the ex-occupiers that supplied them money, weapons and uniforms to do it. You gotta see the irony in that. But you could say, okay, well, that was what? That was 150 years ago, or whatever the case may be, or no, sorry, it was 100 years ago. So those guys are dead and gone. Sure they are. But the problem is, if you have a corrupt police force like that, so any new recruits they would get in, they actually conform to what they're doing, or they're pushed out. Then you've got that police force, and that's how it goes on. You play the game much like government, let's say, and you go along with any dirty stuff that wants to be done, or you don't have a job. And the next generation, it's the same. That generation will corrupt the next one, and so on and so on. So the only way to fix something like that would be very radical. You would have to sack every single one of them and rehire everyone that has never been in the police force before, or even has family there. So it would have to be phased out over time, and there would have to be some strict rules. If a member of the police force commits any crime, he's going to jail. He's doing it every single day. You know, there's no immunity, you know, from that kind of stuff. Now, I suppose not having qualified immunity on certain things, I think it's like that anyway. It might complicate the job a little bit. But I think a police force should be there not to escalate problems, but almost like a kind of police force, kind of social worker kind of thing, where they would try to come to a peaceful agreement with someone or whatever the case may be, even if it took a bit longer. But I think coming out like the military and dropping someone to the ground for no reason without knowing a full story, those kind of tug strong arm tactics, it's not going to help anyone, to be honest. Not that it's got to that stage here yet, but I do remember in the 80s they wanted to arm our police force. There was a massive uproar, so they didn't do it. We knew we were finished if they had to arm those guys. And I do think anyone goes into law enforcement should have a psychological evaluation. Definitely. Or politics as well. Anything where they're serving the public or they have any kind of power.
How fast rice is
Okay. Something like that, unchecked over time, can easily turn to tyranny.
good luck.
I've heard of the game, Crusader Kings, yeah. Trying to reclaim the lands for the indigenous Celtic people. Because I always felt, yeah, knowing you survived the attacks of the Roman Empire and the Germanic tribes. But also very interesting names for that time. Yeah, the other tribe I was trying to remember, guys, were the Saxons. Yeah, it just reminded me. Agra just reminded me of the name. Was the Saxons? They would have been from the Germanic tribes, the Saxons. Yeah, which would have been called Gaul at the time, wasn't it, Agro? Yeah. But I've heard of the game, but never played it because it's on PC and I'm kind of on Xbox. Oh, hi Dungeon Master. Thanks for the raid, appreciate it. And welcome. Yeah, we're just doing our little shopping routine here. We're getting back, we'll do a little bit of building. Yeah, the Saxons, they were the guys I was trying to think of. They would have coming down from the Gaul area, which would have been parts of Germany and France, I think, at the time. Oh, the old name. Gaul. We're going to Denica. Yep. Well, usual thing, well, that would have been, let's say, kind of ancient Gaelic. But even, let's say, before it became popular, let's say with anglicization of names and whatever the case may be, there would always be a kind of O added to a name. And it's basically like if your name was, let's say, John O'Neill. So that would mean your name is John, and O means son of, and Neil would have been your dad, your family name. You'd kind of go with that. Well, surnames only really came in, let's say, because of taxes during occupation. It was a nightmare for a tax inspector when, you know, he went to a large town with maybe a population of a few hundred. He's looking for John. There's 50 Johns. So they kind of forced him to take a surname. So it was usually the job you were doing. So let's say if you were a baker, you'd be John Baker. That kind of thing. Then that kind of, you know, went into other things. But it was used by the Celts before as sort of more of a kind of a tribe identification kind of thing. So, you know, we would have used O In Germany, it would have been von, D in France, van in Holland. It's been around forever, but I think it basically means son of. But yeah, some interesting names. And then the Druids.
Make my mouth water. How are you? Do you need anything?
Well, we might have to sleep outside for a while. It's getting late. Okay, I'll give you some eggs.
Goodbye, dear.
Right, 2 more vendors here. Where are they?
How is the best goods in the realm?
Yeah, we can
Love
take
to see
those.
you
Very
around.
good. Now there's one more guy. Where is he? Where is that guy?
Don't seem to age at all.
Oh, that is really weird. He's the main guy I want to see. There he is. Got him. Yeah, we're here a bit late. We'll have to sleep outside, then we'll take that carriage to... I think there's only 3 more to do.
How do you do? Only goods of the highest quality.
Okay, he's got nothing I really need. God, the heat here is killing me. It's ridiculous, you know, guys, for this time of year. Like, we're in November here, and the humidity, it's like I'm in the Amazon jungle. It's easily 95% humidity. Right, let's sleep here, guys. Should do it. Machatic House have been here a long time. Basically a large tribe that came down through England and Scotland, I think, and then eventually Ireland. Some pretty old structures here, going back for all the way back to the Iron and Bronze Age. Well, definitely the Bronze Age. I've been here a long time. I don't think there was anyone here originally when we got here. That I'm not sure of.
It's easy to talk with me. I just don't like.
But seeing something 1,000 years old here is considered pretty recent. We've already done that one.
Politics. Oh, it's you again.
Now we need to go there. But one of my favorite things to do here, and thanks for following, will I call you, it's Agromolo combatant. So what about Agro or Agromol? Appreciate it and welcome. Castles are quite nicer, even though, let's say, they were put here for much different reasons.
Enjoy the summer. No year has to.
Greetings.
But still have their own beauty in a strange sense.
Be safe.
Greetings.
Not bad. Here, have some eggs.
Have a good
Yes.
day.
Okay, that's 2. There's 2 more here, and then 2 more villages, and then we're back. Max, no problem. Yes, I'll try and remember, Max.
How are you? I've got everything you need.
No. Ah, there we go. Give you some eggs and we're off. Just one more. I hate this part, but we need to get rid of this junk that that settlement was making. Not too bad. And the heat here is killing me. Would you believe I've been on 5 hours? Time really does fly, doesn't it?
Hope to see you soon.
Now, where's that old guy? Oh, I think it was this lady here we missed, was it? One of these guys.
Welcome. Do you need anything?
Two. Oh, I think it's that guy there, is it? Okay, we got 2 in there. No, that's it. That's all 4. Yeah, we got those 2 in the house, then we got... Yeah, we did. There's only 4 of them here. Oh, 2 more to go. We'll get back and... We didn't do much, but...
Hello there.
Oh, we had a good chat. Second last one. Oh yeah, we have to get a ton of wood, don't we? Although now, I got the extra guys in cutting logs. I think that should be enough. Oh no, it's still there. Oh, this production, I think it's where we were. Oh, the kitchen. Oh, do you know what I forgot to do, guys? I actually forgot to order the hunters to collect meat. Ah, that is so stupid. Let's have a look. Let's see, we'll make sure this happiness doesn't go down. No, they're okay. They're living off the food so far. We're kind of lucky. We'll go back, we'll fix that. You remember when we switched them over to the new one? I forgot to put the meat thing in.
Hello. Price is so low you
Oh, you don't need any of this. It's the only thing I need. I pretty much filled up on this. I'll take the hedge seed, but that's about it. I've been using a lot of the hedges.
take care. I travel the world and
Can't believe I didn't do the settings on that. Yeah, we should be back quickly enough anyway. I left him what, about 200 meat? That should do. Surely do them for a day. Okay, where's this other guy? Kidding me. There he is.
Can I have... Let me show you my work.
I'll try and get back as quick as we can. Sort that little problem.
It was nice seeing you.
Right, done here. In red shirts. I wouldn't mind being a lumberjack. Sometimes I feel like I'd just like to build a cabin, you know, in the middle of a forest. Get an axe. Simpler times indeed.
How do you do?
Now this is the last one, guys, we've got to do. Yeah, but I remember talking to that guy after I posted my picture. He said, "Oh, I kind of imagined you, you know, with red hair and a big red beard, like some kind of cage fighter or something." Yeah. But yeah, Canada's a big exporter of wood, isn't it? I think so, and certain ores as well. A lot of natural resources there.
Hello. long?
Yeah, we just get rid of these guys. We get out of here quick.
Hello?
Hmm. Yeah. The Garda. It's actually an A instead of the E. Yeah. In Gaelic, it's the Garda on Síochána. Yeah. The Guards, yeah. With an S as plural, and yeah, Garda. Yeah. Keepers of the peace. And that's misreputation, yeah. Yeah, the Garda. Not all of them are the worst, but there's more unprofessional guys than not, unfortunately. I suppose the rot in any organisation, you know, even if it's 1 out of 10, it's really bad. But unfortunately, and I don't like saying this, but I think it's important to call something out as you see it. But remember, this is only my opinion on what I've seen. It doesn't actually make it true. It's just from what I see. And I've been here over half a century. I would say 8 out of every 10 are compromised in a sense that they haven't got the right character for the job. You know, they shouldn't be in a job, let's say, that requires respect for the public. Yeah. Unfortunately. And it pains me to say that, it's my own country. But I think it's important, you know, to call that out. But remember, that's just my opinion. And everything is really subjective in that sense, you know. Yeah, but I remember I went to, we call it a car boot sale. They're probably, you know, people, let's say, that would be doing spring cleaning, that all get together and sell junk to other people. Kind of an interesting thing. But I was at a car boot sale one time, and there was an old lady. She was easily probably maybe 95, 98. Ancient. And I was quite young. I was in my 30s at the time. And, you know, we were having a discussion. Now, because she was so old, you know, she would have been around the time of the forming of the Garda. And out of nowhere, she said to me, there's one thing, she said, I'll always remember what my dad told me. Never ever trust the guards. And I just looked at her and started laughing. But she had a real rebel soul. She said the problems in government now, we should have doing what we did in 22. Yeah. Burn it down around her ears and pull them out in the yard. She had a real rebel soul. I was tempted to accuse the police of taking cocaine to cope with when they confronted me. Yeah, if you're in a position, let's say, where you become in contact with that, corruption would be very easy to kind of fall into, and addiction. It is quite possible. There's a few local guys here. One in particular had a really bad cocaine habit. He was eventually pushed out of force, not because he was doing wrong, but he was causing too much tension, you know, and ruin it for everyone else, kind of thing. And that's the only time you will see law enforcement here actually being punished, if they're a threat, you know, to other guys, you know, bringing too much attention. Yeah. Well, here anyway, I can only comment here. It would be unfair of me to comment anywhere else. I've never lived and seen it, especially to the extent I've done here. But I think in any kind of organisation you see this kind of stuff going on. You see, back in 22 it might have been for the government that was going in, let's say. All they knew was occupation. So all they knew was, you know, having that kind of power, something they craved probably. It's an age-old story, isn't it? You know, if you come from a family, let's say, where you were punished with violence, you kind of carry on down that kind of route, and if you were occupied by a tyrannical power, You know, the chances of your first government coming into place, only understanding that kind of language is pretty, you know, the odds are, you know, they'll go that way. And that's, you know, probably pretty much happened. Most of it has been ciphered out over time. But, you know, some things never change. Like, take for instance, the laws that we had in place during the occupation have not changed much. The government powers have not changed much. I have read the Constitution, obviously, our Constitution, and there was a lot of amendments made during the 60s and that, let's say, that would give the state more power, although hidden by a lot of legal jargon. But one in particular astounded me, the part where another police officer cannot testify against a serving officer if it brings disrepute on the police force. That was kind of hidden. So basically, if you have a partner in the police force and he's dealing drugs or unaliving people or doing horrible things, it's kind of no-go to call him out because you're bringing shame on everyone else. That's the way I read it. Now, obviously, it's not as clear-cut as that, but a strange thing. Indeed. Don't know if it's still there. I've seen that about 3 decades ago. Maybe they cleaned it up a bit. The UK is having a crisis as well. I think with some policies they put into force, let's say back around the 90s and 80s, you know, a lot of the good professionals left, and the guys they've been attracting since, maybe not so much. I think about pay, obviously, and working conditions and other stuff. They just moved on to greener pastures. We see this kind of playing out now a lot, as well. You know. I remember watching one video in particular, and it was one of the arches. If you're not familiar with the arches, it's just like an arch you walk through on the street. And basically it's like a metal detector. There has been a lot of knife crime in the UK over the past few decades. Almost an epidemic, I think, at one stage. So now in certain parts of the city there's an arch that you walk through as a metal detector. Now, because it's on a public street, it's obviously you've got a choice. You know, do you want to walk through it or not? If you don't, you just turn back and don't go down that street. It's, you know, it's on a public street, so you're not obligated to use it. But what the police have been doing is, you know, you walk through it and that's okay. If you turn back, the police will stop you, tell you you're suspicious, and search you. Now, how is it a choice then? That's getting pretty close to tyranny, isn't it? Like, it's on a public street. You know? Just because you don't want to use a metal detector, you're suspicious. So it's a win-win situation. You walk through the metal detector or they search you. Even though, and this is not the way it's supposed to be. And I think every citizen, Kitsune, wants that for their country. And this is what I'm saying. You know, it's just sometimes that government policies and the people we put into power just want to make life better for themselves. It's something that individually, you know, we can't do anything about. But if enough people get ticked off, yeah, I'm hoping it will be peaceful, obviously. But most people don't even consider this because it doesn't affect them directly. But just because something doesn't affect you directly doesn't mean that it's not going to eventually if you don't nip something in the bud. It's like that guy, you know, first I came, you know, for the socialists. I was not a socialist, so I did not speak out. Then they came for these guys, I did not speak out. Now they come for me. And there's no one left to speak out. So it's pretty much, it will start off small. Like in the UK, the ID thing, you know. That ID thing then, let's say, you know, will probably go into everyone has to carry ID and show whenever asked, you know, like they're in some kind of police state. Then it will be, we'll do away with currency. Now you pay with everything on a card, so we'll know everything you're buying, you know, everything you're spending. We'll make sure and get our tax cut from that, and you know, we'll know everything about you. A kind of Big Brother state. Everyone is afraid of that, and quite rightly so. You give a mouse a cookie and it wants a glass of milk. Individual rights, let's say, cannot be bargained. You know, we've seen time and time again, if you give a government too much power, they will totally abuse it. Even if they don't think they're doing so, you know.
Oh.
And what they're doing too, they're putting the public under so much stress, and they're giving them so much disinformation. And social media is giving people who print sensational things a lot of publicity. What's happening is vulnerable people are being targeted, you know, and sucked into conspiracy theories and stuff, which is absolutely exploitation. They're literally dumbing down the population. And one could say, why would they do that? Well, you know, a dumb population is an easy to control population. You know, we don't want everyone, let's say, to question everything that's happening, to see something for what it is. You know, that wouldn't be good, obviously. You know, you need a pretty dumb population, or a majority dumb, you know, to get away with the stuff you want to do. You don't want any pushback from those guys. No. Absolutely, and a lot of countries have paid, and a lot of people have paid the ultimate price for that freedom. Not to be bargained away by other generations that don't see the value in something. It's like when you work for something, you value it. If you get it for nothing, you don't value it. But more importantly, you value something when it's gone. And it could slip away. Absolutely. Yeah, under really unbelievable circumstances. Maybe if some state of emergency, some legitimate state of emergency, and it would only be a temporary measure. You know? It's like that saying where, an elected body of representatives can be as tyrannical as a monarch, you know, giving the right circumstances. Easy thing to do, you know. But it all goes with a certain kind of brainwashing. Social media was the perfect platform, the internet, for this. The greatest propaganda tool ever. But everything on social media or everything on the internet isn't all bad. But kind of off topic a little bit would be the kind of fake stuff that would be shown on YouTube, to anyone that would look at it properly. And I'm referring to, in particular, deepfake videos, where you would get prominent people like scientists and, whatever the case may be. And it looks pretty convincing, except too much hand movements, and AI has a problem with acronyms, I watched one video about the AI Atlas, and it was supposed to be Brian Cox, but obviously it was a deep fake. He wasn't saying it was aliens, but he was kind of pushing that kind of narrative. That would be very, very harmful to a scientist, to be honest, to kind of prop him up as some kind of conspiracy theorist. But I do know he fought back against it, and he complained a lot. But YouTube still keep pushing these videos, But I thought maybe there might be something in place, for something like that. I know Korea has some serious laws about deepfake, about claiming someone's identity and passing themselves off like that. I think it carries up to a 10-year sentence. But that's very hurtful to that guy's career. But YouTube doesn't seem to have a problem with it. So it doesn't matter if something is actually factual or not for these platforms. It's how much money it makes. We've seen this, let's say, at the likes of Twitch.com. You know, remember the time, let's say a good few years back, when I said that if Twitch could get away with being a soft porn channel to rake in more money, it would absolutely do that, even though we all know that Twitch is mostly for teenagers and kids. And then I think about 12 months later, that's exactly what they did. They said they would allow nudity for art. And then magically, you know, every second channel was art. But I think the backlash was so much, I think within 24 hours, they reversed the rules on that one. I have to say I'll call that one. But it wasn't that hard to do. I seen the way the Just Chat challenge were going, and it was only a matter of time. No. Well, this is nothing. Not that anyone doesn't know that a corporation, as long as it's accepted by anyone, no matter how morally wrong something is, you know, if it makes them money, they don't really care. They're not bothered about ideology. You know, when you see a corporation that seems to be going too much to the left or right, or woke or not woke, that's not really what they are. They're just going the way they think will make them the most money. There's only one thing they know, and that's profit, you know. Yeah, it's probably lighter fluid, most likely. I use the electronic ones, you know, because my fingers, let's say, because of that blood pressure problem, can get very painful sometimes. Oh, we're done. That's it, we're done. We got everyone. Let's get out of here. And let's get back.
How can I help you?
Yeah, let's fix that hunting thing. Well, we're okay now anyway. I think we got through the worst part of it. Yeah, I'm getting a little bit of performance shudder, but I'm not surprised. This place is ridiculously huge. And I still haven't finished yet. I've still a lot to do. That's why I needed so much wood. Yeah, let's get down here and fix this. Yeah, well, that's because I'm running. Well, if I walk normally like that, we'll be okay. But it's still a lot. And there's still a lot to do on this. I wonder if the game will hold up. Yeah, that's what I wanted to do. You see, I should have put in meat. And I should have turned it up to 100%. It was kind of stupid. But I think they'll survive. We might have to do some temporary hunting for them. Keep forgetting that when I make a new lodge. There. They'll eat again. But this is what I've got so far. Well, on my 2 days off, I kind of worked on this area. Remember, this was a large forest. So I managed to skip forward a few years, let's say, growing the trees. And this is what I've come up with. I wanted to get rid of the central piece, you know, out of the way. But there's still a lot more I have to do, especially on these little triangular sections, which I want to work on now. The fencing obviously will be going in here later, but I've just got to make sure I've gotten rid of all my entrances before I do so. So all of this is new. This was a large forest. And now this is what we've got. I think I had the tree houses up at one stage. So you see where I'm going with the fencing. This alone, I'd say, would have been, you know, good enough, I'd say, for a village. Oh, hi, Fat Cat. And how are you? So I need to work on this later, probably hedges, blah blah blah, some kind of entrance, and then maybe put something down here to fill the void a bit. I was thinking maybe about, well, then you see you're going in with another road. I could maybe come across here. This would be an interesting one. Well, we're going to find out now, aren't we? So, let me dump this junk in here. And I have got about another half an hour before I get some sleep. And we'll see if we can get a start on this. Yeah, we'll just get rid of this junk for a moment. There we go. It's probably buckets, I'd say. Yeah, I will need a ton of guys to run this settlement. I will absolutely need a ton of them. I might even need 3 wood sheds to keep the buckets and stuff going, because there's like probably 100 animals. Yeah, let me just save this. I haven't got around to the decorating part yet. I would usually leave that, obviously I've, you know, done all the buildings and that, in case I want to change anything, and I don't want to be messing with that again. Where are we? 7, yeah, that's it. So, this is where the animals are, here. Where are they? I think it's here. Yeah. So I've doubled up on each of these. Now I'll be putting in stuff like this eventually. You see that kind of stuff? Oh, I'll find something interesting. I think maybe something a bit... Yeah, something like these here. In the corners. You know, we'll kind of fill it up with bric-a-brac, if we could. And there's other stuff, there's wheelbarrows and things. Not enough, but we'll work something out.
Sometimes you just blink.
So maybe I overdid it a little bit. I'll eventually have to come down here with the trees, sealing this end off. And maybe once I get to here, probably, kind of cutting across here and putting the last of my houses here. So that's why I've been spreading this stuff out. I need to be closing this down shortly. If I could get away with it, I would probably build something twice this size. But I'm really pushing it here. The game, I think, would take this place pretty decently if it was not for the trees. We're talking about a lot of trees. And remember, all of these would have a little bit of animation as well, so that would, you know, obviously, definitely. Yeah, like this is huge. Now, I will be coming down here, and there's no way I can go across there, so I'll be probably bringing it down there and ending over there, leaving a small kind of triangular area there to do the last of my houses and stuff. Like going in a straight line there, I shook. But I could probably square it off, let's say. You know, we're going from here, so, you know, like that, and then coming down there. But that's still a lot more trees. But we'll see. We're getting there. This, I've got a serious problem here with this roadway. I might actually come in here with some kind of stone wall and see if I can get something on this. I couldn't live with that, to be honest. But the problem is when you start doing these roadways on anything that's kind of bumpy, you'll get this kind of thing. You can see it there. That's the best I could work it out. Where, let's say on these you get more of the clean lines on something that's, you know, relatively flat. That's more what I'm looking for there. That kind of look. But we're getting there. Now, what did I say I wanted to do? Oh yeah, this thing down here. I wanted to sort this little area out. But I'm back on tomorrow and then I'm off for 2 days. So most of the work on this I will probably get done over the next 2 days. So it shouldn't be much more longer on this. But this is this one is kind of huge, to be honest. So I'm not sure how long this guy is going to take. I think much longer than the other one. Well, it's obviously bigger, and then the trees are doing me no favors. See that? That's perfect for what I want. Let's see. Okay, we come out a bit more. No, the trees are killing me. But it's probably right. Yeah, let's say down there. Yeah, okay. Let's have a quick look at this. We'll grab some of this junk. So if I can get my roadway in, I want another one going for here. And I might probably get the sewing hut or something in here. Yeah. I'll get something going on this. Well, either way, I need this in place anyway. On this little triangular spot here, I want to do one of the wells. Maybe here. And then we put in some nice fencing or something. Yeah, I'm not really sure about it, to be honest. But let's see what this looks like anyway. Let's see, can we live with this? Yeah, we'll see if we can live with this one. Okay. Now we'll save it here, so you know if it's not what we want, we can always do something else. Maybe it might have to be taken in a bit. There. Now. Well, look at this guy on the map. Yeah, it's pretty cool, isn't it? Yeah, I can live with that. I wouldn't mind getting in a tiny bit closer, but can we? Well, in a situation like this, I think I could bring it in maybe 2 clicks. Yeah, I'd want to get it as close as possible to that tree. Let's see. Just 2 clicks there. Let's give it another shot. Yeah, that's okay. 2 would be kind of perfect. As long as it doesn't mess about with the fencing too much. Yeah, that's good. Okay, let's give it another shot. Let's see if we can get that in a little more. Let's see if it interferes with the fencing as well. Now let's see. Wow, that goes in a lot, doesn't it? Okay. Let's see. So, perfect. That's as far as we can go in. You know, I'm wondering if from the back of that thingy we could kind of get a road in from the side of this. Would it look too much off from here? Well, we're definitely not going from here. Let's see if we were to do so. What would it look like? So, what is it? Let me see. 6 and 1 in the middle. Let's see where this guy would end up, roughly. Nah, it's coming out the wrong side. It's totally offline with the trees. It's not bad, guys. I'm tempted, to be honest. Taking down the moose from the altar with a spear, okay? Aim for the moon. Pretty Luna, yeah? Yeah, it's roughly right. I would obviously prefer to be coming out this end. We don't necessarily have to join up on that road. I don't think it would look good. Where are we? Here. You'd have a road going down. I don't know, it looks okay, doesn't it? Oh, it doesn't necessarily have to go out through centre. I might have a quick look at it. We'll see how it's going. We'll definitely keep stuff on track. Of course, if we went from the centre... Oh, we can have a look from the centre and see where that goes. I prefer to go through here if I could. Kind of kill two birds with one stone. Well, anywhere there, it's more of a 5 on this one. So it'd be kind of going here. We'd definitely have to stop there, and we would have to definitely have one there. I wonder would it be worth the hassle. It would be an interesting one.
Formed the mightiest knights of this realm. Nobody makes better tools.
Oh, yeah, we kind of stopped there, and then we'd have that kind of larger thing running. I think it would work. It would definitely give us a lot of room. So we'd basically, let's say, it would be a larger one here and here. I'm gonna have to come out with an entrance there anyway. I'm kind of going more for the center one and coming in here with just one thing and coming across with a fence. We'll keep it simple, guys. Well, from here anyway, we'll need another one here. I think it might be a mistake. That would be easy enough. Let me just see. Let me see. Yeah, something like that would be ideal, you see what I mean? Yeah, I think so. I might have come in a little too far on that, obviously. Allowing it to blend a little bit too much looks horrible. Yeah, I'd have to come back and obviously stop it there, but I think that would be the way to go. Okay, we'll load it up and we'll go central, guys. Let's see what we need. Which one of these buildings down there is the biggest? Have a look and see which ones we need. Here, let me load it up first. Yeah, we'll put one of the buildings in there. Now, I'm short the chickens. You know what? I'm gonna put the chickens in here. Yeah, I need a chicken hut. This is ideal. And I'll need those other two buildings for the other side. Absolutely. Yeah, okay. We're going chicken on this. I'll see if I can sort it so I can kind of put the other fences in place as well. If I leave too many openings, you'll get the settlers. There's going to be a lot in here, somewhere between 120 and 50. They'll all start taking the same route. So if I make certain entrances and only one in certain areas, I'll split up more. Yeah, I think I know exactly what I need now. We'll see if we can finish this central part first, obviously. I don't know, I've been chatting a lot, so I might stay on a little bit longer than usual, but maybe I shouldn't because I'm streaming tomorrow and I don't want to be too tired. But I promise we'll get a little bit more done tomorrow. Now, okay, we're going with chickens then, so that sorts that out. Rightio. We're going central from here. See, the problem with the central from here kind of thing is it's about 5. Yeah, I had to do that because it was a little bit off, so obviously I had to do that in the center. So I want to go through here. So I could roughly do this, I suppose. And then see if we can smack it in a little later. Should work. It's only one small piece of roadway, of course. We should get a central thing on this. Oh, I don't know if that's kind of straight. But we're going, it looks pretty decent, doesn't it? That looks pretty decent, guys. We need to get rid of one. That should clean it up a bit. Now we see if we can fit the chicken coop right onto that. And then it's just a matter of fencing and all the little stuff like that. We'll try and figure it out. Wood might be a bit of a problem for us. But we do have 4 guys in now, don't we? We should have a little stockpile by now. I'll do the hedges and fencing on this later. Let's see what we have. Come on. Logs. Yeah. Yeah, a couple of guys in the right place make a big difference, don't they? Okay, what's this thing we're short of then? Animal husbandry. Ah, the buckets. Yeah. Yeah, the buckets. And what's this in production? Sewing hut. And tavern. Oh yeah. I forgot to get those guys fixed, didn't I? Yeah, let's do it now. Yeah, we hadn't got the logs that time. There, fixed them up. Okay. Let's get working on this. Well, they'll always keep coming back, but once we put a bit of junk in, it should keep it down to a minimum, I'd say. Okay, right. I'm pretty happy with the roadway anyway. Oh, where's my cigarette? Stupid thing. Now, how far up do we want this? Well, we'll see. We'll build this anyway. I'll take another piece out if I have to. Chickens. Chicken. Yeah, let's see where we are on the map. I think maybe down one where might be a tad close. Let me have a look. I can move that into place a little better later. It looks pretty decent, doesn't it? But yeah, we need to go down at least one. We'd want it to be a little bit more central, wouldn't we? Let me see. Where are we on this? Maybe a little bit to the side. I know, should we go down one more? We're kind of pushing it about one more, aren't we? And a little bit to the side. I think one more and a little bit to the side. Yeah, let's see. We have a reload anyway, in case it messes up. Yeah, that's about as much as we could take off that. Now let's see. Okay, let's have a look at that one. I'll need room for the fence at the back, obviously. Now, let's see. Yeah, it's a bit squidgy. You see that? I hate it when that happens. It's because of the land. It's a little bit bumpy, you know. Music is, isn't it? Yeah, it's calming as well. Does that to me, makes me very tired. Coffee and cigarette combo. Nice. Yeah, I won't be on for too much longer anyway. About another 20, oh, about another 15 minutes. But I will be on tomorrow, max. I do, well, I always hope. I schedule for 4 hours to stream, but I always push to 6. I do 3 days a week. Tuesday, Friday and Saturday, Eastern Standard Time. So for us, you'd probably be on CET, Central European Time. So you would be probably about somewhere between 2 and 3 a.m. Wednesday, Saturday and Sunday. I stream about 1:30 a.m. my time. I have massive sleep problems due to a neck injury I picked up about a decade ago. Don't bother with painkillers, so I use streaming and chatting just to, you know, cut the edge off it. I have a lot of problems getting a decent sleep. Yeah, okay, let's see if we can finesse this a little bit. See if we can get a better outline on it. Here, how's that? Oh, there we go. I think I could live with that one. Now, you see that little space? That's okay. Once we do a reload, that should work. If that ground was perfectly level, you wouldn't get those little bumps. See the little bumps? There. I think that would work. Yeah, I think we get away with that. It's 10:22 now. Oh, you're not on that. In the morning. So
Maybe I
I'm
should just leave it all and
7:22
become a
a.m.
bandit.
Yeah, 7:22 a.m. So 3 hours. I think you might be 3 hours ahead of me, are you? Yeah. Yeah. Not 1 hour. I thought you were 1 hour ahead. So if you're 3 hours ahead, if I stream at about 1:30 a.m. my time, so it's about 4:30 a.m. your time. Yeah. So on my time, I stream Wednesday morning, Saturday and Sunday morning at 1:30. So you're 3 hours ahead. So yeah, about 4:30. Yeah. No, yeah, you must be yeah, pretty far to the east. Oh, hang on. We have stupid daylight savings time. So it would be more like 2. Do you have that as well, Max? Yeah, well, really, it should be now. It should be actually, it should be 6:24. I think we're gone, let me see where we're going into winter. Yeah, we're going forward an hour. You're actually more if you don't do daylight savings time. Yeah, it's well, in reality, it's 6:24, but we do a kind of daylight savings time. Stupid thing, I don't know why they did that. Now, that little bum we should get rid of that once we reload. It's just once we put the piece in, it kind of deletes that for a second. And then we'll load up so we can know for sure. We'll build up that, we'll buy some chickens, we should be good. You're right, yeah, it's a stupid thing. It's mostly for shopkeepers, you know. They want to get more and more profit. Yeah, daylight savings. Yeah, people don't like going out shopping, obviously, when it gets too dark and too miserable. So they literally change the time to suit profit margins. The excuse was something about farmers getting their crops in or something. But I think it started off in the early 1900s, for shopkeepers and that, in the larger cities. Now, let's see. There we go, guys. Yeah, that would work. Okay, let's build up this chicken thing here. And we can always get some chickens later. No, I don't think I've got enough dough for this, but we'll give it a shot. No, okay, we'll make some. Here. Yeah, I had a lot of that in storage. The kettle boiled, nice. So once that's the last of the entrances, guys, I'll be able to fence this off now and get it done at last. We still have a bit of time, not long, but we should be able to get some sleep and maybe sort that one out. Yeah, this cell is going to be really hurting by the time I leave. And hopefully it'll stay stable enough. I don't know the limits of this engine, to be honest. That's 200 of that. I'll need some for the other guys as well. Now, let's get some rest here real quick. There we go. Let me see how far we are from another season. Yeah, we're actually still... The end of this evening actually would do. Now, if I get a bit of time later today before my stream, I'll come in and see if I can, get some of this ready. I could be playing this game for 2 years before we get it finished. Now I always go green on these farm buildings. Seems more appropriate. I wonder what are we like for feed. Oh, we're okay now. Let me see what color was I going with these. I think I went with the bird thing, obviously, on these ones. I'll get the rest of the stuff in here later. I'll probably have a few hours to work at it today. Try to get some of the decoration, well, not bric-a-brac, and yeah, it is. Bird symbol. Right, that's the finished job on that. So basically, what I need to do now is bring, you see this fencing here, like I've done, all the way and stop it at this part of the entrance. And then carry from this side and do the same. So there's not much. All the way down here. To that one. So let's see if we can get a little bit of this done. I'll come in later if I have the time and put up the hedges and the bric-a-brac and stuff. But eventually I'll have to kind of concentrate on one area until it's 100% finished. But I didn't really have the time because there's so much of the infrastructure to go up. There. We've still got, how long have I got? Yeah, I've got 5 or 10 minutes. I'll try and stay a little bit longer than I usually do. Let's see how this goes. Well, the first one anyway, I gotta get a little bit closer to the entrance. Like that. Okay, maybe back a tad. It doesn't have to be perfect, but there. Now I've literally got to do this on every tray. Get it as tight and as snug and hide as much of the downward posts as possible. Yeah, as much as the vertical ones as possible. We don't have far to go with this anyway. We're just up to the other entrance. No, that's the road where there. Is it? Oh no, it's not. There's a long way to go before we get to the road. I thought it was a roadway. Yeah, there's a good bit to go. This would all have to be in one go, because if you start and stop again it doesn't really blend too good. It's horrible. So that's why I do it from entrance to entrance, where I'm literally stopping it. And that's why I've waited so long to actually put this in. There it is there. Now this one, about 2/3 of the way. That should do it. Now let's see. No, I have it on fast building, of course. We'll be here forever doing this. But the other settlement, I pretty much done it the hard way. I think I paid my dues on that one. There we go. Well, that's one side. Once I get the other side in, and then if I have time later today, I'll get the last of the hedges in here. I'll probably put my entrance here. And then put some bric-a-brac or whatever. Oh, hang on. I need an entrance here in front of this. Yeah, that would do. That's all I need. Now, I'll tell you what I probably do need. Somewhere central on this. To probably come back with another fence. You know, and do something maybe on that. Yeah, we need to box it off maybe a bit. Okay. Round 2. I think we'd have time just to finish up our little fencing thing, I'd say. Oh. We gotta get the first one perfect or else. Okay. Okay. That will probably do. I just need these as tight as possible. Getting there. I'll probably spend most of my time actually getting more wood, I'd say. Yeah, wood going through it pretty quick. Yeah, sometimes they'll run straight into you. And that's how I got my first fox in this game. You know, back at the start of it. Yeah, he pretty much walked into the axe. Trapped himself on a bridge. Took down a couple of mooses as well on the Oxbow map with an axe. They got trapped in a house. Where are we? Just a few more. Definitely used up our timber, I'd say, or logs. Oh, come on. That's the last, it is the last one. Okay, we gotta be careful with this guy. And the other guy. But there. I would imagine. There. Alright, let's get it over with. See about a gate later. Over about how many you think of players there. They've got a lot of health, alright. The bison or something to behold. Although they call it bison, isn't it, or something? In the game. Oh, that's the fencing anyway, out of the way. I'll see if I can finish with decorating everything in this before I get back. Wyson, yeah? Or Wyson. Yeah, it's a strange name. Yeah, but there definitely seem to be bison. There we go, guys. It's not too bad. I got our little chickens out of the way. Still gotta finish this little area. But definitely don't have time to do it now. Yeah, I'm just over my 6 hours actually. So, we didn't get a ton done, but we had a good chat. We got something done with... I'm still not sure about that. I'm not happy with that area. I might be able to change it up a little bit after I have a look at it. Oh, got that done anyway. That's a biggie. Yeah, the deers. And you'll never get a quest to kill a deer. Once I got a story quest to kill a deer, I couldn't believe it. It's always something stupid like kill birds, kill badgers, or kill wolves. Or not even about the bigger stuff, yeah. Always the small stuff. For some reason. Yeah, it's a pity about the road system here. I wonder if I come in straight, let's say, I'd probably have a better shot. But the problem is I needed it at an angle. So that was a problem. Yeah, I definitely needed it at an angle, and that's a pretty decent angle considering. It's just this here. It's kind of retarded. I'll come in with a wall and see if it makes a difference. I'm gonna have to do something anyway. Yeah, I've been on 6 hours, max. Well, 6 hours and 10 minutes. So I would start my stream about 1:30 my time. So that would be about, what, 4 your time, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, I've been on 6 hours. And then I'm streaming tomorrow as well. 6 hours is pretty healthy, especially at my age. Sure. Well, I can't find a better spot than that, to be honest. Gonna have to make this work. I'll find some way of doing it, I suppose. Yeah, about 6 hours is all I can push to these days. But we didn't do too bad. I can line up that tree a bit better. I'm thinking about decoration here, maybe a well. Obviously this will have to be more central. We get our chickens in here, of course. Some kind of gate. It won't be easy on that one. They didn't do much on the gates on this. And nice to have you here, Max. Yeah. Interactive with you, even if it was only in chat, but still. Oh. I'm from the Midlands, actually. And the country is pretty small. Tiny. It's an island. Lots of rain. Lots of humidity. Very green. Yeah, that's what I'll say. You know, because of all the rain. The irony is, it's ideal weather for growing. But the soil has a lot of lime content, so it's not everything we can grow here. Yeah, let's get this one out. Now, let's save this. Yeah, my doggos are waiting as well. They need to be fed, and they need to go for a walk as well. Even though I'm wrecked. But, yeah, thanks everyone for being here. I appreciate it. I will be back, guys, tomorrow at the same time. About 1:30 AM my time. So that's about 8 to 9 PM US Eastern Standard Time. I think it's like 4 for you, isn't it, Max? And good luck to you also. And thanks again for following. I appreciate it. So yeah, I will be back tomorrow, and then I'm off. I'm off then for 2 days, the usual. Back home for 2 days, and then the weekend. So I stream 3 days a week, max. Let's say my time. It's 1:30 AM. Wednesday morning, Saturday morning, Sunday morning. But I would always kind of call it for Eastern Standard Time. You know, there's mostly, people from the US watching, so it would be Tuesday evening, Friday evening, Saturday evening, 8 to 9 PM Eastern Standard Time. I'm smoking too much as well. Where's my other lighter? But I nearly always do when I'm chatting. So yeah, that's me done. I need to get some rest. I need to feed my doggos as well. Are you still sleeping? Yeah, he's here behind me. I've got a Pomeranian here and he's almost 13. He's very old. Yes, you are. You're very old. Yeah, he's extremely old. But he's a good doggo. And he's still a baby. Yeah, you are. Oh, he wants a hug. Who wants a hug? Hmm? You want a hug? He's the best baby. He is. I'll leave him. Yeah. Come on, I'm getting ready. I'll bring you for a walk shortly. So, that's it. Goodbye, Max, of course. Suburban Werewolf, if you're watching. Kitsune, of course. Let's see who else is here. Dungeon Master again, thanks for that raid. Let me see. Of course, Q-Tip. Yeah, nice to hear from you again, Q-Tip. Keeping busy, that's good. Always nice to keep busy. Of course, Selmac. Have a good one, guys. Thanks for hanging out. And of course, Hufflepuff and Terry. Pleasure all mine. And thanks again for being here, Kitsune. And you too. Have a good one, Max. And of course to Hufflepuff, Terry, Randy, Tigger if you're watching. Have a wonderful day, ladies. Take care and stay safe. And of course, if I missed anyone, apologies to whomever I might have missed. And again, to everyone who was watching, I appreciate it, guys. I'll be back tomorrow, as I said. Same time. I hope to see you then if you have the time. Until then, everyone, take care, stay safe, have a good one. And I'll do the usual. We'll be going straight to a raid. Bear with me with this if you can. And I'll lurk on this channel for a little bit while I'm feeding my doggos. I might be lucky and get somebody else to take the dogs for a walk. I could do it sleeping. Man, I don't think I'll be awake much longer. Right, okay, let's do this raid, guys. Now, as I said, you know me. I can't stay doing nothing for long, so I'll probably come in later today on this before my stream. Try and get this finished and kind of start on some of the stuff that would be a little bit more cumbersome, let's say, you know. Okay, let's do this raid, guys. Now I'm on Xbox, so get that Xbox symbol for a little while. Just takes me a while to do this.